Chapter 147. However, although the courtyard was good, the price was not cheap. Ziyue spent 1,500 taels of silver to buy the manor. In addition, although it was only a small manor, it occupied an area of more than 1,000 square meters. Naturally, he had to hire someone to take care of it. Thus, Bai Ziyue asked the broker to find a gardener, a cook, and 2 maids. Finally, this spacious and empty little manor had some vitality. The next day, Ziyue went out directly with his saber. Previously, Ziyue heard from his master, Lu Dong, that besides Ziyue, he had 2 disciples. One of them was said to have died in a fight half a year ago, but the other, Ziyue asked around and soon came to a gambling house called 2 Blossoms. Tang Zhanfei, someone is looking for you. Wait, I'll bet on a big one. In the bustling gambling house, no one turned their head. After responding, they directly placed a wad of silver on one of the numbers. After more than 10 minutes, Ziyue saw a grief-stricken figure walk out of the gambling house. It was a young man in his 20s. He looked dignified, but perhaps because he had not rested for a long time, there were large bags under his eyes. His hair was messy, and his beard was overgrown. He looked quite dispirited. Are you looking for me? Seeing Ziyue, Tang Zhanfei asked with a puzzled look. Lu Dong is my master. I should call you senior brother. This time, Ziyue frowned slightly, but still introduced himself. However, before he finished speaking, he saw Tang Zhanfei's eyes light up. He quickly said, Junior brother, are you here to save senior brother? Quickly lend me some money. I must want my money today. Sorry to disturb you. Goodbye. Ziyue was stunned and turned to leave without hesitation. In fact, after knowing that Tang Zhanfei was a gambler, he did not have any hope that he could help him. Now, Tang Zhanfei's behavior made him completely lose the idea of dealing with him. Hey, junior brother, don't worry. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Tang Zhanfei hurriedly pulled Ziyue. Forget it. I think you can't even take care of yourself. Ziyue shook his head and didn't want to bother. Junior martial brother, you must have just arrived in Wujiang County. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. I'm a reputable person after all. Generally, there's nothing that can trouble me. Tang Zhanfei patted his chest and said confidently. Ziyue looked at Tang Zhanfei suspiciously. He thought for a moment and nodded. In a tea house, Tang Zhanfei poured a mouthful of tea into his mouth, then quickly took a piece of snack and stuffed it into his mouth. He burped comfortably and then said with a confident face, If junior brother is talking about this, I can guarantee that I will help you settle it. Steward Su of the Internal Affairs Hall is very familiar with me. Even your junior martial brother should know that when you ask someone to do something for you, who wouldn't give you some benefits? So, how much? Ziyue asked softly. Through the observation of the spirit eye technique, Ziyue also found that his cheap senior martial brother was not as useless as he appeared to be. At least his strength was not weak. Judging from his chi and blood, he should be at the middle or late stage of internal refining. Therefore, he didn't doubt that Tang Zhanfei could contact the people of the Internal Affairs Hall. 100 taels, Tang Zhanfei hurriedly said. However, looking at Ziyue's expressionless face, he smiled awkwardly and said, Actually, 50 taels is barely enough. With 50 taels, I can guarantee that you can do it easily in half a year. However, 100 taels is a little safer. After all, there are many people competing for some positions. I'll give you 100 taels, but you have to help me settle the matter. Ziyue was now rich and didn't care about this little expense. He directly put a 100 taels banknote on the table. Junior martial brother, don't worry, it'll be fine. Tang Zhanfei's eyes lit up, and he promised again. After saying goodbye to his cheap senior martial brother, Ziyue strolled around the street and had a gift box in his hand. Then, he went directly to a quiet courtyard and knocked on the door. A middle-aged man who looked like a gatekeeper came out. I'm Ziyue, a junior in the faction. I've met Elder Nye Yunhao once. This time, I came to Wujiang County to visit him. Ziyue hurriedly said. This time, visiting Elder Nye was just a normal social interaction. Ziyue didn't have any intention of climbing up to him. If he could get some pointers on matters related to the faction, it would be a great help to him. More than 10 minutes later, Ziyue met Nie Yunhao in the living room. Elder Nie. Ziyue cupped his fists and bowed. He put the gift box in his hand on the table beside him and said, "I'm Ziyue. I was in Qinghe town. No need to introduce yourself. It hasn't been long. How can I not remember you? Moreover, you're an outstanding disciple that I personally selected. Your broadsword skills are good, and you left a deep impression on me." Nie Yunhao waved his hand and said with a trace of sadness, "However, I didn't expect that so many things would happen after I left. That day I said goodbye to Lu Minju, but it became a farewell." As he spoke, he sighed. Ziyue was silent. "Well, let's not talk about this. You must have just arrived, right? Have you found a place to stay? I happen to have a house in Yongding District. It's my old house, but it's still empty." Nie Yunhao changed his tone and said, "I found a place to stay. It's 800 meters away from the faction, beside Boya Lake," Ziyue said quickly. "That's a good place." Nodding his head, Nie Yunhao asked, "You came to find me this time because you've heard some rumors. You want to use this opportunity to climb up to the Lin family, right?" Then he paused for a moment. Seeing that Ziyue didn't say anything, he thought he had guessed correctly and continued. "Our Scorching Sun gang is indeed very close to the Lin family, a cultivation family in Tianling County. The gang leader was also from the Lin family in the early days. Therefore, this time, when the second young master of the Lin family wanted to find a study companion, he chose us, the Scorching Sun gang. It just so happened that the outstanding disciple had just been selected, so the gang leader decided to choose one of the 10 of you. What's the origin of this cultivation family, the Lin family? No matter what, it's just a study companion." Ziyue knew that Nie Yunhao had misunderstood, but he did have some doubts about this matter, so he took the opportunity to ask. "The cultivation family, the Lin family, has hundreds of years of history and is extremely powerful. Compared to the Scorching Sun gang, it's like comparing a fluorescent light to the moon. The gang leader, Jiang Tao, may not be the strongest in Wujiang County, but he's one of the strongest. But in the Lin family, he's not worth mentioning. Most importantly, the Lin family has Xiantian realm experts. Moreover, those people aren't the ones in charge of the Lin family. The ones in charge of the cultivation family are those who cultivate the way of immortality. Those who practice martial arts are only their vassals. Just this point alone is enough to see how tyrannical they are." Saying this, Nie Yunhao's face couldn't help but reveal a look of reverence. Even Ziyue couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. Those who practice martial arts are divided into outer forging and inner refining. After that is the inner strength realm. Above the inner strength realm, there are third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate experts. Above the first-rate experts is the Xiantian realm. The gang leader, Jiang Tao, is only a first-rate expert. Since the Lin family has Xiantian realm experts, there must be a lot of first-rate experts. Moreover, martial artists aren't the mainstream of the Lin family. The ones in charge of the Lin family are still those who cultivate the way of immortality. To be able to make a Xiantian realm expert become a vassal, there must be someone stronger than the Xiantian realm in the family. Just by making a slight comparison, Ziyue could judge that the Lin family was indeed extremely powerful. Also, you don't think that this study companion is really just a study companion, do you? Backed by a cultivation family like the Lin family, and the study companion is the second son of the Lin family's patriarch. It's said that these two sons have extraordinary talent in cultivation and will certainly have great achievements in the future. Becoming his study companion will certainly have countless martial arts resources and can greatly shorten the cultivation time. Even in the future, it's not impossible to have a glimpse of the mysteries of the Xiantian realm. Saying this, Nie Yunhao's eyes lit up. The Xiantian realm, that was a realm that even their gang leader hadn't reached. As for cultivating the way of immortality, it was said that it required a special talent. He didn't think that Ziyue and the others had such talent. This kind of opportunity, not to mention you, is a great opportunity even for me. Unfortunately, the Lin family chose a study companion and won't take a fancy to an old man like me. Nie Yunhao shook his head helplessly. In that case, it's really a good opportunity. Ziyue nodded silently. No wonder the elders in the gang would try their best to scheme for his nephew, and Li Zhao would once again arrange for Zhao Jing to act against him because of this. However, he wasn't very interested in serving people. Even if Nie Yunhao talked a lot, he had already made up his mind to not participate. This is a rare opportunity. If you can get it, I'll be very happy. Perhaps in the future, even I will have to rely on you. Nie Yunhao nodded affirmatively. This was also the reason why he was willing to talk to Ziyue, a young warrior with a certain amount of potential who might even soar to the sky in the future was naturally worthy of him lowering his status to make friends with. Then, what are the criteria for the evaluation? Seeing that Elder Nie was so excited, Ziyue had to take advantage of the opportunity to ask. In 3 months, whoever gets the most contributions in 3 months will get the opportunity to be a study companion. That's right. The contribution points must be obtained through missions within these 3 months. Therefore, your chances are still very high. Nie Yunhao replied. Ziyue was silent, but he still made up his mind to not participate in this matter. However, he was very interested in the Lin family, especially the way of immortality that the Lin family practiced, so he couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Unfortunately, Nie Yunhao didn't have much contact with the Lin family, so what he knew was extremely limited. He didn't gain anything. Chapter 148. It seems that I'll have to think of another way to cultivate the immortal technique. After walking out of Nie Yunhao's mansion, Ziyue's face revealed a trace of contemplation. He had long known that immortal techniques were hard to find. He had only been able to obtain the first volume of the Purple Chi visualization technique by luck. Although he still didn't know why the second son of the Li family, Li Su, had the immortal technique, the current situation made him feel somewhat helpless. Perhaps I'll only be able to obtain some information if I come into contact with more people who cultivate the immortal technique. Ziyue couldn't help but recall the recommendation letter that the old scholar had given him before he came to Wujiang County. However, I'll have to at least stabilize the situation on my side first. Also, according to the old scholar's words, this senior brother of his is not an easy person to get along with. It's not necessarily a good choice to approach him rashly. After thinking about it, Ziyue decided to postpone this matter for now. The path of immortal cultivation was no less dangerous than that of martial arts. In fact, for the sake of an opportunity, the intensity of the killing was even greater than that of martial arts. Ziyue naturally had to do some research before making any contact. As soon as he returned to his residence, a delicate and pretty woman who looked like a maidservant bowed and said, "Master, someone who calls himself the Hall Master of the Scorching Sun Gang just came and wanted to see you." I didn't dare to stop him and asked him to wait in the guest hall. He was slightly taken aback. He had just settled down in Wujiang County, and someone had already come looking for him? Hall Master? Who is it? To be able to become a Hall Master, one had to be at least a third-rate expert. There were even 1 or 2 second-rate experts. How could he, a disciple who had just been promoted from a branch, attract the attention of such a person? After thinking for a moment, Ziyue frowned. When he stepped into the guest hall, he saw an unfamiliar middle-aged man leisurely sipping tea and eating snacks. His figure wasn't burly, but he had a calm and collected aura. "May I know which senior in the sect you are? I'm new here and don't know everything. Please forgive me." Ziyue cupped his fists and asked. "As for me, I'm the Deputy Hall Chief of the Water Administration Hall. I'm Li Yinru's father, Li Zhao. Speaking of which, your master Lu Dong and I can be considered old acquaintances." The middle-aged man stood up and tried to establish a friendship. Ziyue's expression changed. "I apologize to you for what happened to my son, Li Yinru. My son's talent isn't good, and he can't compare to those elite geniuses in the sect. As his father, I had to think of other ways to help him develop better. As for you being able to defeat him and obtain the status of an outstanding disciple, I do not have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. It is indeed well-deserved. However, as a father, he couldn't just watch his child become mediocre. So, I can only beg you for your help." Li Zhao cupped his hands and said with a sincere look, "Beg me?" Ziyue seemed to be puzzled and asked back, but his heart was violently tumbling. Although he looked calm and sincere, Ziyue would not forget that the other party had repeatedly plotted and secretly ordered Zhao Jing to attack him because of the outstanding disciple status. Now it seemed that the other party thought that he knew nothing about this matter. However, thinking about it carefully, Zhao Jing's death was sudden, and it was publicly acknowledged that he died at the hands of the Fifth Hall Chief. It was normal for the other party to think that Zhao Jing had not done anything to him. Yes, I beg you. You should also know that becoming an outstanding disciple will be rewarded by the sect. Among them is a marrow cleansing pill. I think that with your talent, you won't be able to use it, so I want to ask for it for my son, Li Yinru. In order to show my sincerity, I am willing to give you 3,000 taels of silver in exchange. In addition, I'm sure you already know that the identity of an outstanding disciple this time is different from the past. Entering a cultivation clan is a huge opportunity for anyone who has the ambition to become a powerhouse. If you agree to the exchange, I can help you compete for this opportunity to be the study companion of the second son of the Lin family. How about it? Saying this, Li Zhao very straightforwardly moved a box that he had put aside and opened it. In an instant, layers upon layers of shiny silver were revealed in front of Ziyue. A total of 3,000 taels of silver. To an ordinary person, it was absolutely shocking. Made Xiao Chui's eyes widened in shock was enough to prove this point. Her entire soul was almost drawn in by the silver. Hall Masterly, please go back. I also need the marrow cleansing pill, and I don't want to exchange it with anyone. Ziyue shook his head and bluntly refused. Not to mention that there was enmity between them. He could not help the enemy. Even if there was no enmity, he would not agree to the exchange. Because although his talent was not bad, he was not as talented as he appeared to be. He only relied on the power of the attribute panel. At most, he was about the same as Li Yinru. Nephew, are you really not going to think about it? Li Zhao's voice suddenly lowered, and an invisible pressure instantly fell on Zi. Xiao Tao, see the guest out. Ziyue's expression did not change, and he shouted in a low voice. Made Xiao Tao's face turn pale, and she looked at Li Zhao with trembling eyes. Although the pressure was not directed at her, it still made her feel a trace of fear. You're on your own. Li Zhao looked deeply at Ziyue, and directly left with the box of money. Humph, old fox. Ziyue took a deep breath, and a trace of haze appeared on his face. Master, I have already sent that person out, Xiao Tao said timidly. Okay, Ziyue nodded, and then directly warned, be careful in the future. Whether I am here or not, don't let any random people in, understand? Yes. Xiao Tao's body trembled, and she hurriedly nodded with a pale face. The next day, Ziyue wanted to spend some time to walk around the entire Wujiang County and familiarize himself with the environment, but he saw his cheap senior brother, Tang Zhanfei, come to the door. Junior brother, did you offend someone? Tang Zhanfei looked at Ziyue with a complicated gaze and asked. Ziyue looked at him with an indifferent expression. Tang Zhanfei still had a look of disdain, as if he had not slept all night. I've already settled your matter yesterday. Steward Su has already agreed to arrange a better position for you. As a result, early this morning, he returned the 50 taels of silver I sent, saying that there was nothing he could do. Tang Zhanfei said with a serious face. 50 taels of silver? Ziyue looked at him in confusion. That's not important. What's important is who did you offend? Tang Zhanfei's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, I see. Just return the money, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Ziyue naturally knew who did it, but he did not expect that the other party would act so quickly. He had just refused the other party's request yesterday, and today, the other party was making things difficult for him on the task. How can I not care? You are my junior brother. Refund the money. Well, junior brother, I am a little short of money these days. I will refund you 80 taels of silver first, and I will return the rest to you later. How about that? Tang Zhanfei laughed and said awkwardly, Well, help me inquire about a person. The more detail, the better. As long as the information is correct, I don't need you to return the money, and the 100 taels of silver will be your reward. Ziyue pondered for a moment, and suddenly thought of something, and said, No problem. I have the reputation of being an inquirer. Tell me, who is it? Tang Zhanfei's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly agreed. Ding! Data optimization completed. Ziyue was about to speak, but his face suddenly froze. Then, he nonchalantly handed over a piece of paper and said, This is his identity and address. It should not be difficult to find him. The attribute panel has been upgraded. Seeing that his cheap senior brother could not wait to run out, Ziyue's face also showed a trace of ecstasy and anticipation. After waiting for so long, almost a month, the attribute panel was finally upgraded. Over the past month, he had truly felt how much the attribute panel had helped him. Without the indication of the attribute panel, even if he could feel the improvement of his cultivation, he always did not have a clear understanding. It was as if, without the confirmation of the attribute panel, he always felt that something was missing. Now, the attribute panel was finally upgraded, and he could finally use its ability again to improve quickly. I want to see what changes will happen when the attribute panel is upgraded. Ziyue was looking forward to it. With a thought, a string of familiar values appeared in front of his eyes. Name: Ziyue Martial Arts Level. Peak of Internal Refinement Immortal Arts Level. Mortal Realm Level 5 Spiritual Power. 8,000 Martial Arts. 4 Martial Arts. 17 Immortal Arts. 1 Spiritual Arts. 7 Spiritual Power. 100452. By Ziyue was dumbfounded when he saw the data. This is too simple, isn't it? Fortunately, Ziyue soon found something. After the attribute panel was upgraded, the original strength and other attributes were all simplified and disappeared. Instead, there were 2 additional attributes, Martial Arts Level and Immortal Arts Level. As for the data on Martial Arts, it didn't really disappear. Instead, it was categorized into a second-level panel. For example, for Martial Arts, there are 4 categories on the main panel. With just a thought, you can see what kind of martial arts the other 4 categories are and what kind of status they are in. Ziyue's heart moved, and he opened the martial arts panel. Suddenly, in front of him, the words, Indestructible Vajra Body, Complete, Vajra Glass Body, Complete, Golden Cicada Skill, Beginner, Vajra Body, Beginner, appeared. It was the same for the other panels. When he opened the martial arts panel, the cultivation of straight punch, 18 consecutive strikes, chopping blade technique, and other martial arts techniques appeared in front of him. It was the same for spiritual arts, which were much simpler. Of course, as long as he wanted to, he could also display all the hidden martial arts techniques in front of him. It was clear at a glance. Chapter 149. Other than the fact that the panel has become more concise, the functions of the attribute panel are also completely retained. Not only can I use soul energy to upgrade, but I can also fuse several martial arts techniques and cultivation methods through soul energy. Ziyue looked at the words "can be upgraded" behind each of the martial arts techniques. There were also a few martial arts techniques that had reached the perfection stage that showed the words "can be fused." A trace of understanding appeared in his heart. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be any special changes. Ziyue was a little puzzled. Then, he couldn't help but look at the spiritual energy value. Strength, stamina, speed, and even mental attributes had all correspondingly disappeared. Why did this spiritual energy still exist? With a thought, Ziyue drew out a stream of spiritual energy. Immediately, the spiritual energy value changed from 8,000 points to 7,999 points. And soon, a line of small words appeared behind the 7,999 points of spiritual energy. Can be restored. Ziyue's eyes couldn't help but emit a ray of light. He chose to restore directly. In an instant, Ziyue felt that his spiritual energy had returned to 8,000 points. As for his soul energy, it correspondingly decreased by 1 point. In other words, as long as I have enough soul energy, I can maintain an unlimited amount of spiritual energy and don't have to worry about the problem of insufficient spiritual energy. Ziyue's face immediately revealed a look of excitement. This was equivalent to having the right to fire without limit. This would greatly increase his ability to fight continuously. In this way, even if he faced an existence that was on par with him, or even stronger than him, he wouldn't have too much pressure. The amount of soul energy has reached more than 100,000 points. It just so happens that during this period of time, I have also cultivated many cultivation methods and martial arts techniques to the beginner level. It's just right for me to upgrade. Looking at the soul energy points, he suddenly felt a sense of wealth in his heart. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to upgrade his martial arts techniques and cultivation methods. Consume 1485 points of soul energy to upgrade the Golden Cicada technique to the small success stage. Consume 3,000 points of soul energy to upgrade the Golden Cicada technique to the large success stage. Consume 6,000 points of soul energy to upgrade the Golden Cicada technique to the perfection stage. Upgrade. Ziyue was slightly startled and a little surprised. It seemed that the soul energy points consumed were much less than when he upgraded the diamond glass body. However, he still chose to level up without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, all sorts of insights regarding the cultivation of the Golden Cicada skill poured into Ziyue's mind. At the same time, his aura rose steadily. His internal organs were strengthened and upgraded once again. His qi and blood were at least 30% stronger than before. Continue. Ziyue took a deep breath as he felt his strength increase and his blood vitality become more vigorous. He set his eyes on the Vajra body transformation technique. Consume 1175 points of soul energy to upgrade the Vajra body tempering art to small success. Sure enough, it wasn't an accident. The consumption of spiritual energy has decreased by a lot. Is it because my physical body has been strengthened to a certain extent due to the previous upgrade? That's why I'm able to save some of my spiritual energy consumption? Ziyue raised his eyebrows, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He was even more delighted. Sure enough, with the upgrade of the attribute panel, even the consumption of soul energy had become more humane. One had to know that when he was forging the outer body, the increase in the 3 outer body forging techniques did not reduce the consumption of his soul power at all. Upgrade. Without any hesitation, Ziyue quickly upgraded it. Immediately after, he consumed another 2,400 points and 4,800 points of soul energy to upgrade the Vajra body transformation technique to perfection. In this way, Ziyue's 3 inner body forging techniques were all upgraded to perfection. His strength and blood vitality had almost doubled compared to before. However, there still seems to be a sense of imperfection. Is it because I haven't reached the true peak yet? Or Ziyue stood in place. His blood surged as he controlled the force in his body to circulate wantonly in his internal organs. Under the surge of force, his internal organs were like cowhide, bouncing slightly. His internal organs, which were originally so soft that they would burst with just a little bit of force, were now very tough and could withstand a certain degree of gravity bombardment. However, Ziyue also discovered a trace of inadequacy. That was, when the force entered his internal organs from his flesh, there would be a moment of stagnation and consumption. Even though it was very weak, in Ziyue's opinion, it was one of the reasons for the imperfection. By spending 10,000 points of soul energy, I can merge the outer body forging technique, Invincible Vajra Divine Art, and the inner body forging techniques, Vajra Glass Body, Golden Cicada Skill, and Vajra Body Transformation Technique. Is this the rhythm of smelting all the martial arts into one furnace? Ziyue thought to himself. However, he also felt a trace of joy and quickly chose to merge. In the blink of an eye, a new martial art appeared in his mind. It directly included the cultivation process from the initial stance to the external forging of the muscles, bones, and skin, and the internal refining of the internal organs. Each step was clear and definite. Not only did it include the many advantages of the original external forging and internal refining techniques, but it was even more optimized and upgraded to an unimaginable level. Compared to the original technique, it was countless times more brilliant and could definitely be called a divine technique. At the same time, Ziyue's aura, which was a little scattered because of the three internal refining techniques, was also merged into one. As the aura circulated, it became more vigorous. There was even a special kind of force that was growing in his body. This force that was growing seemed to have an incomparably tyrannical, penetrating power. It could freely surge through all parts of his body without any obstruction. Perfect fusion, internal and external as one. A light flashed in Ziyue's eyes. Only now did Ziyue truly feel that whether it was his physical strength, blood, or the force that was growing, they had all reached a certain level of peak. Only now could he truly say with incomparable confidence that he was already the strongest under the realm of internal energy. In fact, in terms of martial arts, in terms of combat strength, with my current strength, it is not impossible for me to win against a martial artist of the realm of internal energy. Ziyue had experienced the battle with Zhao Jing. Even if his opponent was completely suppressed by his immortal techniques, he was still clear about the strength that his opponent had displayed. After a brief estimation, he also felt that there was not much difference between his current strength and his current strength. Let's just name this newly merged technique the Invincible Vajra Divine Technique. After all, the technique in my memory with the same name has the characteristic of being able to cultivate one's physical body to the extreme, reaching an indestructible state. Moreover, this martial art of mine that combines external refining and internal refining might not necessarily be any worse than the technique with the same name. With that thought in mind, Ziyue directly chose to name it. Immediately, the martial arts section changed from the original 4 sections to 1 section. Invincible Vajra Divine Technique Perfection. Then there are a few spells. Apart from martial arts, these are the only spells that can truly increase my strength quickly. Seeing that there was still a lot of spirit energy left, Ziyue turned his gaze to the spell section. Spend 5574 spirit energy to upgrade the light body technique to perfection. Upgrade. Spend 11189 spirit energy to upgrade the Thousand Mountain Wind blade technique to perfection. Upgrade. Spend 4751 spirit energy to upgrade the grudge cleansing technique to perfection. Upgrade. Spend 20989 spirit energy to upgrade the lightning fall technique to perfection. Ziyue chose to upgrade again. Half an hour later, after adapting to the various realizations of the rapid increase, Ziyue finally upgraded the 7 spells that he had mastered to perfection. 7 spells have reached perfection. Furthermore, I finally have another spell that I've condensed into a spell instinct. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat, and his figure instantly became like a phantom, swaying in the entire room. His body was as light as a swallow, and as fast as lightning. The light body technique's spell instinct, coupled with the original spirit eye technique's spell instinct, makes 2 spells that have reached the level of spell instinct. Although it was not an offensive spell, such as the Thousand Mountain Wind blade technique or the lightning fall technique, it made him feel a little regretful. However, the use of the light body technique was also immeasurable. In the event of an emergency, it would be far more effective than ordinary spells when used to escape. Therefore, he was still quite satisfied with it. After upgrading, Ziyue's spirit energy had already consumed more than 71,000 spirit energy points, and the amount of his spirit energy had also decreased greatly, becoming 29,088 spirit energy points. I actually still have more than 29,000 spirit energy points left. Ziyue muttered in his heart. Without hesitation, he started upgrading again. Spend 2741 spirit energy to upgrade the Willow Leaf Blade technique to perfection. Spend 4845 spirit energy to upgrade the Traceless Blade technique to perfection. Spend 6511 spirit energy to upgrade the Rushing Thunder Blade technique to perfection. Upgrade. Ziyue chose to upgrade all of them. Immediately, All the cultivation experiences and memories of the three blade techniques flowed in his mind. It was as if he had really spent countless days and nights bitterly cultivating. Spend 10,000 spirit energy to fuse the 18 consecutive blades, chopping blade technique, willow leaf blade technique, traceless blade, and rushing thunder blade technique to form a new blade technique. Fuse. Zuf forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and immediately chose to fuse. This was also the reason why he wanted to upgrade all of these blade techniques to perfection. It was because he wanted to use this to form a new blade technique and fuse them into one, making it even more powerful. He had already tasted the benefits of fusing the previous techniques. In an instant, countless mysteries of the blade technique flowed in his mind. The various blade techniques that he had previously cultivated seemed to have turned into countless nourishment, allowing his understanding of the blade technique to reach a certain limit. Then, he fused them all together, and gradually, a new blade technique flowed in his mind. It was as if this saber technique had been deduced by him in the first place. Although the new blade technique only has 7 styles, it is formed from the fusion of several blade techniques. It is extremely fast and powerful. When the force surges, it seems to be able to turn into thousands of blade slashes. It is extremely overbearing and unstoppable. Since that is the case, I will name this blade technique Tyrannical Blade Technique. Zuf thought for a while and decided on the name of the new blade technique. Chapter 150. Invincible Vajra Divine Art and Tyrant Saber Art had allowed Zuf's strength to soar once again. If he really wanted to calculate, he estimated that his current fighting strength was already higher than Zhao Jing's. He had truly reached the level of being able to fight with internal strength. If he were to consider his techniques, even if he couldn't win against a third-rate expert, he would still be able to escape unscathed. Only now did he stop increasing his strength and look at his status panel. Name: Zua Martial Realm. Internal Refinement Limit Immortal Technique Realm. Mortal Realm Stage 5 Spiritual Energy. 8,000 Martial Arts. Perfect Vajra Divine Art Martial Arts. Perfect Tyrant Saber Art. Straight Link Fist. Flying Cloud Steps. Heaven Binding Hands. Breath Holding Technique. Heart Piercing Hammer Technique. Divine Sword Art. Eagle Strike 10 Forms Immortal Technique. Purple Chi Visualization Technique Stage 5 Martial Arts. Perfect Talisman Technique Martial Arts. Perfect Spirit Eye Technique Magic Instinct. Perfect Body Lightning Technique Magic Instinct. Perfect Spirit Fire Technique. Perfect Spirit Light Shield. Perfect Resentment Cleansing Technique. Perfect Mountain Wind Blade Technique. Perfect Lightning Fall Spiritual Energy. 4991 inch. After using up all my spiritual energy, I only have 4,991 points left. Less than 5,000. Zua looked at the amount of spiritual energy and wasn't too disappointed. Such a large increase would naturally consume a large amount of spiritual energy. However, even if there were still some martial arts that hadn't reached perfection, he didn't have any thoughts of continuing to increase them. He naturally had to consider if he encountered an emergency. Spiritual energy was a great guarantee of his fighting strength. In fact, the remaining spiritual energy was still too little in his opinion. He felt a sense of insecurity. Wait, my martial realm seems to have changed. It's no longer the peak of internal refinement, but the limit of internal refinement. Zua was about to close his status panel when his eyes suddenly flashed and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. However, this does make sense. My current strength is much stronger than when I was at the peak of internal refinement. My strength is as complete as one. Both the inside and outside are one. Moreover, the strength that is produced is much more ferocious than before. I have indeed surpassed the peak of internal refinement and can be called the limit of internal refinement. Soon, Zua's heart calmed down. Previously, he did not know that there was an internal refinement limit above the peak of internal refinement. At least, he had never heard of anyone who had reached such a realm. Now it seemed that he did. With his strength, there was no doubt that he belonged to this realm. The limit of internal training means that at this level, there is no room for improvement. Next, what I need to consider is to cultivate inner force and enter the inner force realm. As Baiziwa thought to himself, he frowned slightly. Through some indirect questioning, he also knew that breaking through from the peak of internal refinement to the internal strength realm was not that simple. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many martial artists who were stuck at this level, unable to cultivate their inner strength. As for the inner force cultivation method, there was no need to be in such a hurry. This was because only by cultivating inner force would the inner force cultivation method be effective. If he didn't even have any inner strength, how could he circulate his inner strength and increase it? Inner strength is a kind of physical strength. Its destructive power is extremely great. Only martial artists who have reached the peak of inner refinement can withstand the impact of inner strength after undergoing outer refinement and inner refinement. However, in order to produce inner strength, one must gather all the strength in one's body, compress it, and attack the dantian in one's body. When the dantian is broken, inner strength will naturally be produced. Ziyue's mind flashed with a description of a martial artist who had reached the peak of internal refinement, breaking through to the internal strength realm. The dantian was naturally the lower dantian of the human body. As for the spiritual power that Ziyue produced from cultivating the purple chi divine observation technique, it was in the upper dantian. The two did not overlap. Another thing worth mentioning was that it was precisely because people who cultivated the way of immortality were able to cultivate spiritual power that was comparable to inner strength from the beginning of their cultivation. Moreover, it also had many miraculous effects. This caused people who cultivated the way of immortality to naturally feel that they were superior to others. However, in comparison to Ziyue's identity as a dual cultivator, the two should be roughly at the same level. At the very least, people who cultivated the way of immortality at the Qi realm were not much stronger than warriors. They relied more on spells, artifacts, and other external objects to be able to display extraordinary abilities. Based on my situation, I already have the ability to break through to the internal strength realm, but the conditions are not ripe yet. I need to at least prepare a few nourishing spiritual pills to prevent excessive consumption of qi and blood during the breakthrough, which could harm my body. Ziyue thought to himself. He finally stood up and walked out of the door. Even though he had been delayed by the attribute panel's upgrade, he did not give up on the idea of walking around Wujiang County. Familiarizing oneself with the local environment was something that every warrior with a sense of crisis had to do. As Ziyue's figure strode out, his aura also rapidly changed. From the initial sharpness and high-spirited aura, it became extremely restrained. His every move was no different from that of an ordinary martial artist who had cultivated the way of immortality. Breath concealment technique. Just the entry-level breath concealment technique was enough to restrain his aura to the point where it was difficult for others to see through his strength. If he were to raise the breath concealment technique to perfection, it was estimated that even first-class experts with superb eyesight and extremely sensitive to qi movements would find it difficult to truly detect him. The next day, Ziyue changed into the inner disciple's uniform and directly walked out of his residence. After turning into an alley, a spacious courtyard appeared in front of him. Wujiang County Scorching Sun Gang's headquarters. In the Internal Affairs Hall, Ziyue handed his identity token to an Internal Affairs steward. This is the marrow cleansing pill rewarded for being an outstanding disciple. This is also your contribution record book. 1,000 contribution points have been allocated to you and are recorded in the book. There are also 30 taels of silver as your monthly allowance for this month. You will be allocated according to the steward's level. If you are only an inner disciple, you will only receive 15 taels of silver. You can check it and then sign here. The steward glanced at the token and quickly handed over a contribution record book, a small bag of silver, and an exquisite porcelain bottle. Okay. Ziyue nodded and opened the contribution record book. After confirming that the contribution points on it were correct, he opened the porcelain bottle. Immediately, A slightly pungent smell assaulted his nose. Inside the porcelain bottle, there was also a thumb-sized, light purple spiritual pill lying quietly in the bottle. Naturally, he did not do nothing yesterday when he went out for a walk. He deliberately went to a medicine store and found the medicine refiner there to inquire about the marrow cleansing pill. For this, he naturally spent a small sum of money to buy some medicine for healing wounds. Based on what the medicine refiner said, Ziyue quickly determined the authenticity of the marrow cleansing pill. Then, he sealed the porcelain bottle again to prevent the medicine from leaking out and said, "No problem." As for the silver, he just casually touched it and knew that there were 3 silver ingots of 10 taels each. Naturally, there was no problem. Then, he signed his name on the record book for receiving the reward. "All right, this is the position assigned to you." As he spoke, the steward handed a wooden token to Ziyue. Ziyue could not help but look over. Green Mountain Herb Guard leader, 3 months. Guard the herb garden? Ziyue frowned. He really did not know that there was such a herb garden in the Scorching Sun gang. Of course, after all, he was new here and did not know many things, so he was not surprised. However, according to the situation, this so-called herb garden was definitely a leisurely position, and the corresponding contribution was low. In a month, it was only 30 contribution points, so 3 months will be 90 contribution points. It seems that this is Deputy Hall Leader Li's revenge. Ziyue looked at the description of the task and could not help but feel relieved. It did not seem too bad to him. As for the long time and low contribution points, it was not a problem. With the 1,000 contribution points, it was enough for him to use for a while, not to mention that he did not lack money. Wasn't this kind of leisurely position what he had been looking for from the start? However, this task happened to be 3 months, which made him think more. Obviously, this was a deliberate choice by Li Zhao to prevent him from having the opportunity to gain more contribution points, stand out among the 10 outstanding disciples, enter the cultivation family Lin family, and become the study companion of the second son of the Lin family. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort. However, Ziyue did not want to be the study companion, so the other party's method was not a threat to him. "Ziyue, someone asked me to tell you that if you agree to his conditions, he will immediately change the task with you, and all the previous conditions will be fulfilled." At this moment, the steward of the Internal Affairs Hall suddenly lowered his voice and said, "No need, this task is good." Ziyue glanced at the steward, then turned and left. Martial artists needed qi and blood pills and qi and blood pills to strengthen their qi and blood. For healing, they also needed golden sword ointment or vitality recovery pills. Even for internal force martial artists, if they wanted to maintain progress, using spirit pills was a faster way. As for spirit pills, most of them were refined with medicinal herbs. Therefore, the supply of medicinal herbs was the most important. The herb garden of Green Mountain covered a vast area of thousands of acres, and many medicinal herbs were densely planted. It was one of the rare sources of medicinal herbs in Wujiang County. Not only were there many common medicinal herbs, but there were also many medicinal herbs that contained spirituality. They were the first choice for refining pills for martial artist cultivation. Such a vast source of medicinal herbs was not located in the county of Wujiang County, but 20 miles away from the county, among the mountains of Green Mountain. The air here was clear, and, at the same time, it contained rare spirit qi, which was the most suitable place for medicinal herbs to grow. After all, the herb garden of Green Mountain belonged to the largest local gang, the Scorching Sun gang. Therefore, even if it was located outside the county, no force dared to offend it. The greatest danger of the herb garden came from the wild beasts or bloodline beasts deep in the mountains. Ziyue's so-called position as the leader of the guards of Green Mountain Herb Garden came about because of this. Chapter 151. Although the herb garden was not connected to the official road, there was a commercial road that was no smaller than the official road. Riding a thin rented horse, Ziyue gradually approached the Green Mountain Herb Garden. At this moment, he could already see the scene of the herb garden. It was surrounded by a long wooden fence. Inside the herb garden, there were one or two herbalists at almost every set distance. They were meticulously tending to the various herbs in the garden. Occasionally, one or two disciples wearing the Scorching Sun Gang's inner or outer disciples' uniforms would pass by. Ziyue's approach on the horse naturally attracted their attention. A slightly handsome young disciple approached and greeted, "Brother, what are you doing here?" After getting off the horse, Ziyue slightly cupped his fist and said, "I'm Ziyue. Today, I took the position of the guard leader of the Green Mountain Her Garden. I'm here to report." "Guard leader?" The young warrior revealed a look of surprise. Bai Ziyue looked even younger than him, yet he had taken over the position of leader. One had to know that he was only a guard at the moment. However, although he was surprised, he did not dare to neglect. He quickly cupped his fist and replied, "Hello, Chief Bai. I'm Wang Erniu, the guard of the herb garden. You can call me Erniu. I happen to be your subordinate." "Brother Erniu, I'm new here. I wonder who's in charge of the herb garden. I need to hand over the official position first." Ziyue said politely, "I happen to have nothing to do now. I'll take Chief Bai there." Wang Erniu said enthusiastically. He quickly stepped forward to help lead the horse and said, "This herb garden is currently in charge of Zhang Yong. However, Manager Zhang usually stays in the city and rarely appears in the herb garden. In fact, the whole herb garden is mainly managed by Manager Li Yinfeng. Later, Chief Bai just needs to report to Manager Li Yinfeng." Wang Erniu said and led Ziyue into a building. The whole building was made of bamboo. The basement was about 1 meter away, and there were 2 floors above. It occupied a lot of space. Upon entering, one could even see some herbalists picking out some cloud heartgrass, crimson root, and other medicinal herbs. "Manager Li, this is our new guard leader," Wang Erniu enthusiastically introduced. Ziyue greets Manager Li. "This is my wooden token and identity token," Ziyue said as he handed over his wooden badge and identity token. "Outstanding disciple?" Li Yinfeng raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "I don't care who you are. You have to follow the rules of the herb garden. As the leader of the guards, if anything happens to the safety of the herb garden, don't blame me for turning hostile and finding trouble with you." "I will do my part well," Ziyue replied. "Manager Li, the 3,000 caddies of medicinal herbs that shopkeeper Su requested have been processed." At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a medicine farmer walked in and said, "Inform Li Si to send the items over as soon as possible." Li Yunfeng said, and then said to Ziyue, "Go do your own thing. 3,000 caddies of medicinal herbs is at least 300 taels of silver. The profits are really rich." Walking out of the bamboo building, Wang Erniu said with an envious expression, "Just do what you're supposed to do." Bai Ziyue glanced at Wang Erniu. He didn't know if Wang Erniu was being honest or if Wang Erniu was purposely provoking him. Naturally, he knew that managing a medicinal garden without special supervision would definitely bring him a lot of benefits. However, he didn't want to care about it, because the implications were too great. It was not something that an outsider like him, who had just settled down here, could interfere with. The sky gradually darkened. Ziyue rode on a horse and quickly headed for Wujiang County. He came to the herb garden to familiarize himself with the environment. In the next 10 days, he needed to stay in the herb garden, so he needed to go back and get some clothes to change. The thin horse he rented was naturally not fast. It took Ziyue more than 10 minutes to get close to the city gate. After all, it was a county. Even though it was almost night, there were still many people lining up outside the city to enter the city. In addition to the merchants and farmers, there were also some Jianghu heroes. Among them, he also found many rickshaws filled with medicinal herbs. Li Si, who was transporting the goods, walked aside and yelled at the farmers who were pulling the goods to hurry up. If they were slow, the whip in his hand would be lashed out. In the herb garden, Ziyue had seen how humble Li Si was in front of Li Yinfeng. He didn't expect him to be so fierce in front of others. However, it was none of his business, so he didn't care. He glanced around, and a group of strong men in tight clothes caught his attention. These strong men carried weapons, such as sabers and swords in their hands. However, the soles of their shoes were full of mud. There were also some scratch marks on their pants and clothes. Their eyes flashed, and they seemed to be on guard. Looking at their clothes, they seemed to be disciples of the Nine Seals sect. But isn't the mountain gate of the Nine Seals sect on the other side? This thought flashed through Ziyue's mind, but he didn't think much about it. The Nine Seals sect was the only force in Wujiang County that could contend with the Scorching Sun Gang. He had done some research before and knew that the south of the city belonged to the Scorching Sun Gang's sphere of influence. The Nine Seals sect rarely came close. In the north of the city, it was the Nine Seals sect's territory. The Scorching Sun Gang also rarely came close. It was fine inside the city. With the government's oppression, neither side dared to act recklessly. However, outside the city, it was very likely that they would be attacked. A forest couldn't accommodate two male tigers at the same time. The conflict between the two sides had gradually intensified in recent years. Almost everyone in Wujiang County guessed that these two forces would go to war in the near future. Night fell. Many wealthy families hung lanterns in front of their doors. Even some of the poorer families had faint candlelight seeping out from their houses. Ziyue went straight back to his residence. The two maids, Xiao Tao and Xiao Chui, who had been waiting at the door, hurriedly cheered, "Young master is back." "Young master, I'll ask Aunt Zhao to prepare dinner first," Xiao Chui said cleverly. Nodding, Ziyue went into the living room. Xiao Tao hurriedly served tea and snacks and placed them on the table beside Ziyue. Picking up the teacup and taking a sip, Ziyue's face couldn't help but reveal a trace of comfort. He was not used to having someone serve him tea at first, but after a while, he began to enjoy it. After dinner, Ziyue didn't go straight back to his room. Instead, he stood on the observation deck and looked at the night sky for a while. In the distant Boya Lake, there were many flower boats passing by. Under the waning lights, it was quite beautiful. Vaguely, there were singing girls and the laughter of men and women. Ziyue's expression gradually became a little strange. Soon, Ziyue left the observation deck and went straight back to his room. Taking a deep breath, Ziyue took out an exquisite porcelain bottle from his chest. Marrow cleansing pill. Ziyue didn't hesitate and opened the bottle. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, Ziyue's strength was already extraordinary at such a young age. Now that he had become an outstanding disciple in the sect, his potential was limitless. He was definitely extraordinary and could be considered a martial arts genius. However, Ziyue knew that his talent wasn't as outstanding as others thought. He estimated that he was at most a little better than those ordinary intersect disciples. He definitely couldn't be considered a genius. His martial arts talent couldn't compare to that of the white-clothed swordsman, Chun Xinyan. In fact, he couldn't even compare to the majority of the outstanding disciples in the sect. It was only because of the special power in the status panel that his strength soared rapidly that he reached his current level. That was why he was able to take the lead step by step, and his strength far surpassed those so-called geniuses. Therefore, Bai Ziyue valued the marrow cleansing elixir very much. This marrow cleansing pill might be able to speed up his progress in martial arts. At the same time, it could also speed up the growth of his strength. I just don't know how much this marrow cleansing pill can improve my talent, Ziyue thought to himself as he poured out the pill and swallowed it. The marrow cleansing pill melted in his mouth. In an instant, a special power was released from the pill. In the blink of an eye, it adhered to Ziyue's muscles and bones and slowly seeped into his body. Hiss! Bai Ziyue sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt a scorching heat, but there was also a special cooling feeling in his bones. Immediately after, he felt that his bone marrow seemed to be rapidly absorbing this special power, refining it bit by bit and strengthening it bit by bit. The bone marrow of the human body is the engine of blood production. I see. This marrow cleansing pill cleanses the bone marrow and can indeed enhance my ability to produce blood. Naturally, the speed of my martial arts training will also increase. Ziyue suddenly came to a realization. He finally understood the effect and principle of this marrow cleansing pill. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes after a full half an hour, the burning and cooling sensation completely disappeared. At this moment, Zu's body was covered with a thin layer of blood-red impurities. This was the blood stains that he had used his strength to expel when the marrow-cleansing pill cleansed his bone marrow. There is indeed some improvement. However, perhaps because my strength is far superior to my peers, the effect is not as good as described by the alchemist. Zu felt that as his bone marrow surged, strands of blood flowed and turned into surging qi and blood. He secretly made a comparison and made a judgment. This marrow-cleansing pill cleansed the bone marrow. Naturally, the younger and weaker the person, the better the effect. At this moment, he had already reached the limit of internal refinement, but the effect was slightly worse. However, even so, Zu felt that the growth and recovery of his qi and blood had increased to a certain extent. At least, it had increased by 10% compared to before. To him, this improvement was not bad at all. Chapter 152. An increase in the growth and recovery of his qi and blood by 1/10 also meant that his cultivation speed had increased by 1/10. The effect might not be obvious in a short period of time, but after 10 or 20 years, it would be equivalent to 1 or 2 more years of cultivation than before. Naturally, it would be much more obvious. Zu took out a cleansing talisman and cleaned all the bloodstains on his body. Only then did he light an oil lamp and take out a book from the animal skin bag that he carried with him. Zhou Chang's minor explanation of restrictions. This was an explanation by a cultivator named Zhou Chang, who specialized in immortal cultivation, about the restrictions on immortal artifacts. During the month when the attribute panel was being upgraded, Zu would take out books from the 5 channels or Zhao Jing's private library and read them when he was free. Among them, the Spiritual Beast Secret Record, Spiritual Materials and Treasures, and Zhou Chang's minor explanation of restrictions were naturally the most important and were especially valued by him. This was already the 5th time that Zu had read Zhou Chang's minor explanation of restrictions. After an hour, Zu slowly closed the book. The way of restrictions is divided into 3 types: heavenly spirit restrictions, earthly fiend restrictions, and ordinary restrictions. Among them, 72 ordinary restrictions can be refined into an earthly fiend restriction. 36 earthly fiend restrictions can be refined into a heavenly spirit restriction. Hence, there is the saying of 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends. As for ordinary restrictions, there are many of them, and it is almost impossible to find all of them. However, when it came to the refinement of magic artifacts, most of them were made from the combination of ordinary restrictions. Magic weapons with less than 27 restrictions are low-grade magic weapons. Magic weapons with between 27 and 54 restrictions are middle-grade magic weapons. Magic weapons with between 54 and 81 restrictions are high-grade magic weapons. Once 72 restrictions are refined into an earthly fiend restriction within a magic weapon, that magic weapon will automatically be upgraded to a supreme grade magic weapon. In Zu's mind, he silently recalled the introduction of various restrictions in the minor explanation of restrictions. The way of using them was an eye-opener for him. The soul amassing flag is a type of Dharma artifact that can be refined all the way to supreme grade. The refinement method of the soul amassing banner flashed across his mind. It contained a total of 156 ordinary restrictions, which could be condensed into 2 earth fiend restrictions. However, the soul amassing banner in his hand only had 24 restrictions. If he wanted to raise it to the peak, it was still far from enough. With that in mind, he did not hesitate and directly took out the soul gathering banner. After familiarizing myself with it during this period of time, in addition to Zhou Chang's explanation of how to use it, it's time for me to refine it and improve its quality. As Zu thought to himself, the spiritual power in his body surged in. The soul amassing banner trembled slightly. Zu once again felt the overflowing state of the soul amassing banner. As early as last time, after the soul gathering flag had smelted the ghost pill, this overflowing state had always existed. Once the restriction was added, it could immediately raise the grade of the magic tool. However, at that time, Ziyue was not familiar with the refinement method and did not know much about restrictions. Hence, he held back. At this time, the conditions were ripe. Ziyue naturally would not hesitate. Under Ziyue's control, the soul-amassing banner floated in front of him. Then, he quickly outlined an ordinary restriction called the minor evil spirit restriction in his mind. He made a gesture with his fingers. Wisps of spiritual power turned into a bridge and connected with the soul-amassing banner. Buzz! Almost instantly, the minor evil spirit restriction was formed. It turned into a stream of light and directly entered the soul-amassing banner. The soul-amassing banner made a violent trembling sound. The overflowing state of Inshi seemed to have slowed down in an instant. Even the aura of the soul-amassing banner seemed to have become stronger. But Ziyue did not stop there. Soon, he unleashed another restriction. This time, it was the minor soul refining restriction. Then it was the minor soul amassing restriction. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 restrictions were merged into the soul-amassing banner. In an instant, the soul-amassing banner shone brightly. The aura of the banner was much stronger than before. 27 restriction Dharma artifacts. It is already considered the top of the low-grade Dharma artifacts. Ziyue was a little excited. He did not expect the refinement to be so smooth. However, thinking about it, this soul-amassing banner Dharma artifact had a set of refinement methods. As long as he followed the steps, it would naturally take shape. Let's see if I can continue to add restrictions. Once I add them, it will be a middle-grade Dharma artifact. Ziyue naturally hoped to have another middle-grade Dharma artifact. The green light sword on him was a middle-grade Dharma artifact. With this Dharma artifact, he had killed Zhao Jing, an expert of the inner energy realm. He had great expectations for the power of a middle-grade Dharma artifact. Without any hesitation, he immediately refined another forbidding aura. Buzz! The soul-amassing banner trembled. It seemed to be unable to withstand the support of this restriction. However, it quickly stabilized again. The aura of the soul-amassing banner became more condensed. It's done! Ziyue was pleasantly surprised. He continued to work hard and placed 2 more restrictions. The moment the 3rd restriction was placed, a strong repulsive force was generated. The restriction shattered and the spiritual energy was slightly disrupted. Ziyue's breathing became sluggish. He knew that he had reached the limit of what the soul-amassing banner could withstand. He could not add any more restrictions. However, with 30 restrictions, the soul-amassing banner has officially been upgraded to a middle-grade Dharma artifact. Ziyue smiled and waved his hand. He felt a trace of stagnation from the soul-amassing banner. He knew that it was because he was not familiar with the restrictions. He did not mind it. Next, he only needed to refine it a little. Naturally, he would be able to control it as easily as before. In the next few days, Ziyue settled down in the Green Mountain Herb Garden. There were not many things to do every day. Because he was the leader of the guards, he did not even have to do the routine patrol. Almost every day, he could stay in the bamboo building and enjoy the gentle breeze or practice martial arts. After a few days of peace, Ziyue felt more comfortable. He stayed in the bamboo building all day to practice martial arts or read various biographies and books on martial arts. Leader by, the guardrail on the west slope has been destroyed. More than half of the herb garden has been destroyed. Steward Lee wants us to catch the thing that destroyed the herb garden today. At this moment, Wang Erniu rushed to the bamboo building where Ziyue was and said, "Let's go and take a look." Ziyue secretly thought that he was finally busy. He nodded and stood up. Soon, the 2 of them came to the herb garden on the west slope. At this time, there were already 2 guard disciples squatting around a check. There were also 2 hunting dogs around. However, the 2 hunting dogs were trembling in the corner and did not use their unique abilities. It's a bloodline evolved beast. Ziyue glanced at the 2 hunting dogs and immediately understood. The hunting dogs could only track ordinary wild beasts. Once a mutated beast appeared, they would be like quails under the suppression of their level. They would tremble in fear and not dare to move. Naturally, they would be useless. It should be a mutated beast whose bloodline has evolved. These two cowards are completely useless. It's a pity that Charcoal Head is already dead. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so passive. The one who spoke was a middle-aged martial artist dressed in short combat clothes. He looked as if he expected better from Charcoal Head. Charcoal Head was also a hunting dog. However, this hunting dog was not afraid of the bloodline suppression of mutated beasts. It was very useful when tracking mutated beasts in the past. Unfortunately, a few months ago, Charcoal Head was killed by a mutated beast because he was too close to the front. By the time they arrived, it was already too late. Soon, the other two guard members arrived as well. There were a total of 6 people in the group. They stood in the herb field, looking very distinct. Among them, Wang Erniu and a middle-aged martial artist named Old Qian surrounded Ziyue. On the other side were 3 relatively strong disciples. Bai Ziyue understood in his heart. No matter where it was, strength was the most important. Even though Ziyue's performance was on the outside, his talent was outstanding, and he was now an outstanding disciple in the sect. His true strength was not regarded highly by the others. Wang Erniu was still all right. His strength was low, and he had only become an inner-sect disciple in the past year. Old Qian was getting older and was already indifferent. However, the other 3 were young and impetuous. Naturally, they were unwilling to accept someone younger than them and weaker than them as their leader. They usually patrolled their own areas and had little contact with Ziyue. Now that they were gathered together, it was naturally on display. Chief Bai stewardly ordered us to catch the mutated beast today. We can't let the mutated beast cause any damage to the herb field. Otherwise, he will blame us. What do you think we should do now? Among the 3, a strong-looking man with a horse face looked at Ziyue with a slightly provocative gaze. This man was called Zhou Wei. He should be the strongest among the 3. He had already reached the peak of external forging. Originally, when the previous guard leader resigned, he wanted to seize the opportunity to fight for the position of leader. Who knew that Ziyue would appear out of nowhere and block his path? Therefore, he had long been dissatisfied. As for the other 2, one was called Zhao Ding and the other was called Fu Zhongting. They were his supporters and both had the strength of external forging. Chief Bai, the west slope is full of hard stone roads. It's difficult to leave any traces. In addition, wild beasts and mutated beasts often come down to cause damage. It was fine to have Charcoal Head to track them. Now that Charcoal Head is gone, it will be difficult for us to find them. Most importantly, it rained last night. Even if there were any traces, they are probably gone now. Wang Erniu whispered at the side. Let's go up and take a look first. Bai Ziyue said faintly and walked out of the guardrail first. Zhou Wei sneered and quickly followed. The others also quickly stepped over the fence. Chapter 153. Sure enough, there was still some soil at the beginning where they crossed the fence, and traces of exotic beasts could be found. However, the deeper they went, the fainter the traces became. The ground gradually turned into a mountain made of hard stones. There was very little soil, and with the heavy rain from last night, it was difficult to see any traces. Going deeper into the west slope, it's all hard mountain roads for miles. There's even a rocky mound ahead. Searching like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. How can we find it? Zhao Ding complained at the side. Just keep up. Chief Bai naturally has a way. Zhou Wei said, seemingly flattering him. That's right. How else could he become our leader? Naturally, it's because Chief Bai has a better way than us. Fu Zhongting also pretended to flatter him. Glancing at the 3 of them indifferently, didn't say anything. His gaze swept across the ground, and his footsteps didn't stop at all. Soon, Ziyue arrived at the rocky mound mentioned by Zhao Ding. Huge stones were scattered on the ground. Under the washing of the rain, it was wet, not to mention the fact that it was difficult to leave any traces. Even if there were, they would be washed away. However, at this point, Bai Ziyue seemed to have discovered something. His speed had obviously increased. Immediately after, the group walked out of the rocky mound and arrived at the foot of a mountain forest. A clear footprint of a wild beast appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Even Zhou Wei and the others, who were waiting to see a joke, couldn't help but show a trace of shock on their faces. Did he really find it? It's it. These footprints are obviously consistent with the ones in the herb field. It should be that exotic beast. If I'm not wrong, it's an exotic beast evolved from a wild boar. Old Qian also became spirited and exclaimed, Chief Bai, how did you do it? We didn't have any traces before, but in front of you, we can't hide it all? Wang Erniu asked excitedly. Ziyue glanced at them and didn't explain. The mystery of the spiritual eye technique was naturally not to be discussed. We only saw the footprints. It's not certain if we can catch up. Zhou Wei said sourly at the side. Follow me, Bai Ziyue said. With a leap, he scuttled into the forest. After entering the forest, even though the shrubs were dense, an obvious beast path appeared in front of them. Bai Ziyue soon brought them to a flat mountainside after a series of turns along the beast path. Not far ahead, there was a huge rock. Below the huge rock was a huge cave that was large enough for ordinary people to enter and exit. In front of the cave, there were obvious traces of wild beasts entering and leaving behind traces of soil. That strange beast should be in the cave up ahead. Zhou Wei, Zhao Ding, Fu Zhongting, I'll leave the rest of you guys. Erniu, Old Qian, and I will hold the fort for you guys. Ziyue glanced at the cave and raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, he looked at Zhou Wei and the rest with a faint smile. Zhou Wei's expression changed as he hesitated. Zhao Ding and Fu Zhongting's expressions also changed. A strange beast, even if it had just undergone a bloodline evolution, was stronger than an ordinary skin-forging martial artist. Even internal force martial artists had to be cautious when dealing with the strong ones. It wasn't a wise choice to rashly provoke a powerful exotic beast. What? Do you want me to do it myself? Ziyue said coldly. Let's do it. Do you think I'm afraid? After all, he was young and hot-blooded. Zhou Wei gritted his teeth, picked up a rock at the side, and threw it into the cave. Boom! The stone was shot into the cave. Roar! Roar! A deafening roar rang out, and immediately after, a pitch-black figure covered in thick, hard mud armor and extremely hard bristles rushed out. This figure was as tall as an ordinary person's shoulder just by standing there. It rushed over with an imposing aura. When stepped on the ground, it made thumping sounds. Its speed was shocking. No one wanted to know what would happen if they were hit by this strange beast. It's really a strange beast evolved from a wild boar. Judging from its size, it's not weak. Behind him, Old Sun said with a solemn expression, Go! Zhou Wei's expression changed. He quickly approached with his long saber and slashed down hard. The other two also dodged the wild boar's frontal attack in an instant. One of them held a long staff, while the other threw out a long chain. Dang! 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 3 loud bangs were heard. The bristles on the wild boar's body and the thick oil armor made of resin and mud were too thick and strong. It was like a steel shield, causing the 3's attacks to be ineffective. Right at this moment, the wild boar abruptly stopped and turned its head, directly knocking into Zhao Ding at the side. Bang! Zhao Ding hurriedly raised his staff to block the attack. The irresistible force collided with the long staff and sent him flying 3 to 4 meters away. Then, his body flipped and rolled down the hill. He only stopped after more than 10 meters. Die! Zhou Wei's face showed a hint of ferocity as he channeled his energy into his long saber. Puff! The long saber slashed at the wild boar's neck, finally cutting through the thick layer of oil armor on its body and entering its neck. Ong! Ong! The wild boar roared. Its strength was terrifying. Its body suddenly jumped, and the steel saber on its neck was directly broken. Then it ignored everything and charged directly at Fu Zhongting. Fu Zhongting's expression changed, but he still threw out the chain in his hand without hesitation. Pa! The chain slammed heavily on the wild boar's head, breaking its eye bone. However, this angered it even more. It stomped on the ground so fast that the soil splashed up. Rise! At this moment, Zhou Wei roared. He grabbed the wild boar's tail and pulled hard. Ong! The wild boar roared, but its body still froze for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fu Zhongding dodged. Boom! With a loud bang, the wild boar crashed into a big tree that required 2 hands to wrap around. The deeply dented tree made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Attack! Zhou Wei hurriedly shouted. In just a short exchange, they had witnessed the wild boar's strength. It really made them feel a chill in their hearts. They no longer cared about being reserved and hurriedly shouted for Ziyue and the others to attack. Be careful! At this moment, Old Qian's expression changed drastically, and he warned. At the same time, Zhou Wei also felt the shocking aura of an exotic beast behind him, as well as the thumping sound of the exotic beast's footsteps as it ran. It was like the call of the god of death, causing him to feel extreme fear in his heart. It's over. Zhou Wei turned half of his body and looked at the rapidly approaching figure. Whether it was its figure or aura, it was not weaker than the wild boar from before. He was in despair, because he realized that he had no time to dodge. Dodge! Immediately after, Zhou Wei heard a slightly cold voice from beside him. Then, he saw a bright light flash before his eyes. A long saber, as fast as a startled swan, chopped down directly. Tyrant saber art. Puff! The long saber directly split the head of the wild boar behind him into 2 halves. The wild boar with the shocking aura just now died in an instant. Its body went limp and slammed into a big tree at the side. After that slash, Ziyue did not stop. His figure turned, and like a phantom, he appeared beside another wild boar. The saber light swept up like a dark cloud. That wild boar seemed to have sensed something. A trace of fear flashed in its eyes, and it hurriedly shrank back, wanting to dodge. However, it was too late. Puff! The wild boar's thick head instantly flew off and rolled to the ground. Ziyue withdrew his saber. His force flowed through the saber, immediately shaking off the bloodstains on it. Only then did he slowly put it back into the scabbard. Hiss! Zhou Wei sucked in a breath of cold air, almost unable to believe his eyes. He could not judge the strength of the wild boar behind him, but he had personally experienced the strength of the wild boar in front of him. He, Zhao Ding, and Fu Zhongding had attacked together, but they could not take it down. In the end, Ziyue killed it with just 1 slash. Just 1 slash. In an instant, he understood in his heart how ridiculous his previous performance was. He just did not care. If he really wanted to, he had plenty of means to deal with them. Wang Erniu, Old Qian, Zhao Ding, and Fu Zhongding were stunned at the same time. They stared blankly at the motionless bodies of the 2 exotic beasts on the ground. Dark red blood was still flowing out, and they were shocked. Is this the strength of an outstanding disciple? Is the gap really that big? What realm is Ziyue at now? The peak of outer forging? Or has he already started inner forging? Clean up and carry these 2 exotic beasts down the mountain. Ignoring the shocked eyes of the people around him, Ziyue ordered indifferently, then looked at the cave. His mind was strong, and his spiritual sense was naturally sharp. When he approached the cave, he sensed that there were 2 wild boars in the cave. However, it was precisely because of this that he was curious. Generally, wild beasts would only slowly evolve and become exotic beasts after eating things with spirituality. However, things with spirituality were usually rare. It was better if there was a spiritual energy around the Green Mountain, but it was definitely rare in an ordinary mountain forest. Even if there was spiritual energy around the Green Mountain, it was rare for 2 wild boars to evolve and become exotic beasts at the same time. Not to mention, they were not weak. Even a martial artist who had just stepped into inner forging would have to be cautious when dealing with them. Therefore, Ziyue concluded that there must be something with spirituality around the place where they lived. As he approached the cave, he immediately smelled the stench of the wild boar, causing Ziyue to frown. However, he still endured the smell and walked in. Half a minute later, Ziyue walked out of the cave with a greenish-white stone the size of a human head and a few plants in his hand. Chapter 154. Beardless Grass and spirit-concealing flower are the main ingredients for refining the heart-protecting pill. Congratulations, Chief Bai. These herbs alone can be exchanged for more than 50 taels of silver. Old Qian had been here for a few years, so he was very good at identifying medicinal herbs. Therefore, he recognized that the plants in Bai Ziyue's hand were extremely rare and valuable medicinal herbs at a glance. As for dividing equally, naturally, he would not ask for a rebuff. That's great. I'll leave these herbs to you. After exchanging them for money, you can buy wine for us. Ziyue smiled and threw the beardless grass and spirit-concealing flower to him. Thank you, Chief. Old Qian thanked him sincerely and was overjoyed. The others couldn't help but reveal smiles on their faces. In the past, even if the leaders knew how to split the loot, they would only get a small portion. In comparison, Bai Ziyue was much more generous. In addition, the strength that Bai Ziyue had displayed far surpassed theirs, so they naturally approved of him. Chief Bai, if there's anything in the future, just tell me. I'll obey you. Zhou Wei patted his chest and promised. After this incident, Zhou Wei had completely recognized the gap between him and Bai Ziyue. He was willing to be ordered around. Chief Bai, we're also willing to listen to your orders. Zhao Ding and Fu Zhoning also approached and said, Well, let's go. Ziyue nodded and did not say much. He called out and led the way down the mountain. Naturally, the two strange beasts were carried down by the others. Inside the bamboo building, Ziyue looked at the stone in his hand and frowned slightly. In the cave of the two exotic beasts, Ziyue did find something. The beardless grass and spirit-concealing flower were just picked along the way. What really caught his attention was the stone in his hand. The stone was relatively light and not very hard, but there were wisps of spiritual aura coming from the stone. In addition, Ziyue found that there were obvious marks of being bitten by wild beasts on it. He immediately had a guess in his heart. The reason why the two wild beasts evolved into exotic beasts was probably because they ate this stone. This stone looks a bit like the spirit dye stone mentioned in the appraisal of spiritual materials. It was a special type of spirit stone that was nourished by earth energy and contaminated by spiritual energy for a long period of time. In fact, the so-called spirit stone was a type of spirit dye stone. However, the spirit chi contained in spirit stones was more abundant and dense. Moreover, it was very pure. Spirit chi accounted for at least 50% of the spirit chi. And the piece in my hand, Ziyue weighed it in his hand. It was indeed quite big. If it hadn't been eaten by two wild beasts, it would have been even bigger. If it was really a spirit stone, its value would definitely make anyone who practiced the way of immortality excited. Unfortunately, under his spiritual perception, although it contained spiritual chi, it was relatively sparse. Instead, it was more of a slightly violent and chaotic chi. Putting it aside for the time being, Ziyue slowly closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The chi and blood in his body circulated, and in an instant, waves of energy were continuously produced. Then, like a rolling mercury, they flowed freely in his body and gradually gathered at his lower dantian. The rolling waves of energy unceasingly lingered in his lower dantian, causing the temperature of Ziyue's lower dantian to rise rapidly. Wisps of force would gently collide with the lower dantian, causing the dantian to emit a slight vibrating sound. Ziyue didn't directly attack his dantian and begin to break through. Instead, he was nurturing his energy. Only when he had sufficient energy to break through his dantian would his sharpness be stronger. Only then would he be able to break through the shackles like a hot knife through butter and truly cultivate inner strength. Even though he had already reached the limit of internal refinement and his energy was far stronger than ordinary martial artists at the peak of internal refinement, he still didn't dare to be careless in this aspect. This was because martial artists often had to succeed in a single battle when breaking through. If one failed, their chi and blood would backfire and cause a great decline. They would need at least several months of recuperation before they could attack again. Some chi and blood would even harm the body and require several years of recuperation. Once they passed the prime of their 30s or 40s and still couldn't cultivate inner strength, they would basically have no hope of reaching the realm of inner strength. Then, as they grew older, their chi and blood would gradually weaken. Therefore, Ziyue only hoped to succeed in one try. Naturally, he had to make more preparations. However, after this period of nurturing my energy has increased to a certain extent to the peak. I should be able to officially attack my Dantian and break through the shackles of the realm. Ziyue's eyes were a little bright. In the realm of inner strength, he could do whatever he wanted in Qinghe Town. In Wujiang County, he was definitely a figure and an expert. Naturally, he wanted to reach there as soon as possible. With his current strength, he could protect himself in Qinghe Town. However, in Wujiang County, it would be a little difficult, especially when there was a home master constantly plotting against him. He didn't think that after he rejected Li Zhao's request, the other party would only make things difficult for him in terms of his position. There would definitely be other methods to deal with him in the future. Bai Shidi, you made me look for you for a long time. Why are you working in this lousy place? Tang Zhanfei complained as soon as he saw him. Then, he said with a face full of indignation, "Tell me, who exactly did you offend? I'll risk my old face to ask for a favor for you. We don't need to suffer this grievance. This place is pretty good. It's leisurely," Ziyue said without being moved. Currently, he was indeed quite satisfied with this place. He had enough time to practice martial arts every day. It was also not eye-catching. This was exactly what he wanted. It just so happened that he wanted to use this time to break through to the realm of inner strength. At that time, he would naturally make a change. In any case, I don't understand you. This place is leisurely, but there's no profit. What's the point of having no money? Tang Zhanfei said. He didn't hold back and directly poured a cup of tea in Ziyue's bamboo house. He poured it into his mouth and said, "This time, I came to tell you that the Xie Gu song you asked me to inquire about is not an ordinary person. He's actually a cultivator. Junior brother, why are you investigating him? This kind of person isn't someone we can provoke. I naturally have my own reasons. You just need to tell me the information." Ziyue's face looked calm, but his heart was faintly filled with anticipation and excitement. The current him had already cultivated the Immortal Path cultivation method, Purple Qi Divine Observation method, to the 5th layer. Without the following cultivation method, his Immortal Path cultivation method had stagnated. Naturally, he urgently wanted to obtain the cultivation method above the 6th layer. And this Xie Gu Tsang was the senior brother of the old scholar. He was also the only person he could come into contact with who cultivated the Immortal Path. Naturally, he hoped that he could think of a way through him. Perhaps there would be a harvest. If there really was no way, he could only use a large amount of spiritual energy to use the deduction function of the status panel to deduce the following cultivation method. The amount of spiritual energy he would need to consume was too large. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wasn't willing to do so. Moreover, his spiritual energy was currently insufficient. Okay. I won't ask anymore. These are some of Xie Gu Tsang's life. I specially entered our gang's secret records pavilion and copied them down. In addition, I also spent a few days to investigate. It's all recorded here. You can carefully look at it. If there's anything missing, tell me. Senior brother guarantees to help you properly, Tang Zhanfei said as he handed a piece of paper to Ziyue. Ziyue reached out to take it and impatiently looked at it. After a while, Ziyue put down the paper with a satisfied expression. Don't look at his cheap senior brother's frivolous appearance. When it came to doing things, he was indeed very reliable. In this paper, not only were there some of Xie Gu Tsang's life deeds, there were also many records of his habits. There were even some evaluations of his neighbors. Moreover, Tang Zhanfei also made some analysis of the other party's activities in the past few days. It was almost meticulous and incomparably clear. It's really not bad. Ziyue nodded affirmatively and said, That's right. Tang Zhanfei confidently raised his head and said, Right? Can you leave here? What's wrong? Ziyue asked. Don't say that I didn't take care of you. In half a month, there will be a monthly youth tournament held by the 3 big buildings. I reckon that you've just arrived in Wujiang County and definitely haven't participated in it. I'll bring you to see it. How about it?" Tang Zhanfei relaxed his eyebrows and looked proud. "Senior brother, you're a young talent in Wujiang County, and you're invited every month. Youth tournament? Good, I want to see it." Hearing this, Ziyue's heart moved and quickly agreed. He had heard about this youth tournament on the way. Naturally, he also wanted to see the outstanding people of Wujiang County's youth generation. On that day, Ziyue did not spend the night in Qingshan Herb Garden. Instead, he carried a large bag of strange beast meat and went to Wujiang County. The flesh was a great supplement and tasted great. Naturally, Bai Ziyue wanted to have a taste of it. After all, the Qingshan Herb Garden was simple and crude. It was not easy to deal with it. In addition, the destruction of the herb garden by the strange beast reminded him. Although he could use the spiritual eye to find some clues, it was not as good as a dog's sense of smell. Ordinary hunting dogs might not dare to track because of the suppression of the strange beast's bloodline, but his little dog was different. The blood of the snake demon was of such a high bloodline that it dared to eat it, let alone ordinary strange beasts. Moreover, after eating the snake demon's meat, there were some special changes in its body. He also wanted to see if these changes could help him. At the city gate, there were many people waiting in line almost every day. Ziyue stood at the back with the meat of the strange beast in his hand. He glanced around, and his heart skipped a beat. It's that group of people again. Ziyue frowned slightly. Even if they changed their clothes and did not wear the sex uniform like before, he still recognized them because they were not far away. The people in front were the people of the Nine Seals sect. Chapter 155. Why did the other party appear so frequently in the southern part of the city? Was there a secret or a conspiracy? Suddenly, one of them seemed to have sensed Ziyue's gaze and immediately looked over with vigilance. Bai Ziyue immediately shifted his gaze away, calmly, with an indifferent look on his face. The other party looked over. There were also a few people dressed as Scorching Sun gang members like Ziyue, but they didn't discover anything. Only then did they turn back. Then, they quickly paid the entrance fee and disappeared on the other side of the city gate. What sharp senses and vigilant hearts. Ziyue sighed softly. He was already a little suspicious. However, he didn't know what they wanted to do in the western part of the city. At the same time, he didn't know the other party's specific identity. Even if he wanted to investigate, he couldn't. He could only suppress it in his heart for the time being. After crossing the city gate, Ziyue's gaze turned. As expected, he had lost track of them. He didn't regret it and hurried back to his residence. The next day, Ziyue brought the puppy, which had already grown to the height of Ziyue's knees, out of the door. They smoothly returned to the herb garden of Green Mountain. When they arrived at the herb garden, the puppy seemed to be extremely excited. It chased butterflies for a while and then chased bees for a while. It ran around the entire herb garden. Occasionally, it would stop and pee on the side of the fence, indicating that it had already occupied this place. In the future, it would be Lord Dog's territory. In order to test its abilities, Ziyue also brought it to the place that was destroyed by the wild boar beast. The puppy didn't disappoint him. At the same time, it was also very intelligent. It seemed to understand his intentions. It only sniffed a few times and howled, asking Ziyue to follow it. Then, it ran directly to the West Slope Mountain. Ziyue followed it with interest. Soon, they crossed a pile of rocks and went up the mountain. Ziyue soon discovered that the puppy seemed to be able to sniff out the scent of its target from far away. It sped all the way and took fewer detours than before. In a few minutes, it arrived outside the cave. It seemed to have noticed that there were no other strange beasts in the cave. It only hesitated for a moment before diving into the cave. Ziyue soon heard its excited howls. Not long after, Ziyue saw that the puppy had a small piece of rock in its mouth. It carefully placed it to the side and barked as if it wanted Ziyue to guard it for it. Then, it hurriedly went back in. Ziyue glanced around, and a strange expression quickly appeared on his face. Spirit-stained stone. This spirit dye stone was naturally much smaller than the one he picked up. It should have fallen from the larger spirit die stone when the wild boars were gnawing on it. However, he didn't expect that the puppy would be able to discover the spiritual aura of the spirit die stone so quickly. It really surprised him. After 3 to 5 times, 5 pieces of spirit die stone appeared beside Ziyue. The largest was only the size of a child's fist, and the smallest was only the thickness of a thumb. Carefully picking up the smallest spirit die stone, the puppy bit it and used its teeth to grind it. From time to time, it would squint its eyes in enjoyment and gulp down large mouthfuls of saliva. Then, it would continue to grind the spirit die stone as if it wanted to grind it into powder before swallowing it. Seeing that he'd already tested the puppy's abilities, Ziyue didn't have any intention of staying there any longer and was about to leave. However, at that moment, the puppy quickly ran over and tugged at Ziyue's trousers, barking at the spirit die stones. "You want me to take it away for you?" Seeing the puppy desperately tugging at its tail, Ziyue helplessly smiled and said, "Once it's in my hands, it'll be mine." Hearing this, the puppy's wagging tail suddenly stiffened and it quickly scurried to the side of the spirit die stone. Its gaze vigilantly looked at Ziyue, as if it was afraid that he'd snatch it away. "You dog, I really can't raise you well," Ziyue jokingly scolded, but he still patiently helped the puppy put away the spirit die stones. Although the puppy let out a few whimpers, it didn't stop him. It wasn't clear if it didn't dare or if it truly believed that Ziyue wouldn't be greedy for its things. Soon, the puppy seemed to have forgotten about this matter and quickly scurried away. Then, from time to time, it would stop and bark at Ziyue. Ziyue was slightly surprised and said, "You want me to follow you?" However, he didn't hesitate and followed it. After a while, Ziyue saw the puppy stop at a place and excitedly bark. "Star Origin Grass." Ziyue's face suddenly revealed a look of surprise. Star Origin Grass was a spiritual herb of the same grade as the beardless grass and the hidden spirit flower. One stalk could be exchanged for at least 15 taels of silver. The higher the grade, the higher the price. Ziyue couldn't help but step forward and reach out to dig out the stalk of Star Origin Grass. Seeing this, the puppy seemed to be a little excited and once again led Ziyue into the mountain forest. After a few hours, Ziyue already had more than 10 spiritual herbs in his hands. They were all spiritual herbs that could be used to refine spiritual pills. Although there were high and low prices, more than 10 spiritual herbs added together could be exchanged for at least 100 taels of silver. It was definitely a big harvest. Of course, there was also a lot of trouble during this period. Spiritual things were often guarded by wild beasts or even strange beasts. Although the puppy's sense of smell was sensitive and could detect the scent of spiritual things from a distance, its fighting strength was not good. It could only bark from a distance and then let Ziyue attack. More than 10 spiritual herbs were in his hands, but it was only after he killed 5 or 6 wild beasts and a strange beast that had just evolved. However, this is nothing to me. Instead, I've gained double the harvest. Ziyue looked at the amount of spirit power in his attribute panel, and a smile appeared on his face. Previously, his spirit power points had been greatly increased, and his martial skill strength was only left with 4,991 spirit power points. After killing 2 wild boars, he gained 1,245 spirit power points. Now, after a day, he gained another 785 spirit power points. His spirit power points immediately broke through 7,000 spirit power point again and reached 7,021 spirit power points. In a room, several martial artists dressed in the Scorching Sun Gang's uniform sat facing each other. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man in a tight suit with a gaze like lightning. This man was called Huang Guangzhao. Although he was only a steward in the law enforcement hall, his strength was far superior to the steward of the law enforcement hall. He was a true inner force powerhouse. Below him were his 5 subordinates. Among them, 4 of them were experts in the inner refinement level. They were experienced and strong. Only one of them looked young and had fine hair on his mouth. He was a teenager. However, the teenager was dressed in a tight suit and the sturdiness of his arms could be vaguely seen. He was not weak either. Although he had not broken through to the inner refinement level, he had the strength of an outer refinement bone marrow. He was even at the peak of outer refinement. 10 days ago, Wu Tianfu, an inner disciple of the Scorching Sun Gang, was found dead in the Green Ravine a few miles away from the city's south gate. From the looks of Wu Tianfu's body, it was obvious that he was killed by the Nine Seals palm of the Nine Seals sect. Then, coincidentally, our men found a group of Nine Seals sect disciples who went to the city's south gate that day and returned on the third day. Therefore, we concluded that the culprits must be the Nine Seals sect disciples. It has been 5 days since we accepted this mission. Now, tell us what you have discovered. Huang Guangzhao's gaze was like lightning as he looked at his subordinates. To go from the city's south to the city's north, one has to pass through 3 forks. Qin Shou and I have asked some acquaintances and shopkeepers at the forks. They all said that they did not see anyone in the Nine Seals sect's uniform passing through those places. Therefore, we concluded that they are still within the city's south boundary where the Scorching Sun Gang is located. A man with a scar on his face said calmly, "We've also asked around." Some of the sect disciples recognized that one of them was Lei Dong, an elite disciple of the Nine Seals sect. As for the others, we don't know their exact identities. However, one of them is very old. He might be one of the stronger deacons in the Nine Seals sect. Then, a tall and thin warrior said, "This morning, Xiao Gong and I were investigating near the city gate when we saw a group of people walking out of the city gate separately. Because I did not know Lei Dong, I was not sure if he was among them. However, there was a person in the group who was short and had 2 obvious vortexes on his head. I recognized him. He was the Nine Seals sect's training master, Xiong Jingda. Because Xiong Jingda was not weak and Xiao Gong and I were alone, we did not dare to advance. We only saw them approaching Qing Shan from afar and hurried over. At this moment, a strong man with a deep voice spoke. Are you sure? Hearing this, Huang Guangzhao's eyes lit up. He looked at the young man, who was Xiao Gong. That's right. Xiong Jingda was extremely vigilant. He sensed us as soon as we left the city gate. If Brother Su had not pulled me aside to hide, we would have been discovered. Gong Xingho quickly replied. Then let's hurry. We will guard the city gate and wait for them to return. We must find out why they have been going in and out so frequently. I have a feeling that we're going to catch a big fish this time. As Huang Guangzhao spoke, his face became excited. He looked at Gong Xingho and said, Xiao Gong, perhaps this is your chance to enter the immortal cultivation family and become a study companion. I will definitely work hard. Gong Xingho was excited. His eyes immediately became heated as he said in a deep voice. Obviously, Gong Xingho was one of the 10 outstanding disciples this time, just like Ziyue. Because of the harvest on the first day, Ziyue brought Little Dog and ran around in the forest for the next few days. Not only did they obtain a large pile of spiritual herbs and some items with spiritual nature, but even the amount of his spiritual energy increased rapidly. Once again, it broke through 10,000 points and reached 12,412 points. Chapter 156. Ziyue's interest in searching the mountain was piqued by the steady increase of his spiritual energy. Furthermore, as the leader of the guards of the Green Mountain Her Garden, he didn't have anything important to do. Thus, he spent most of his time walking in the continuous Green Mountain. The spiritual herbs on the outskirts of the Green Mountain gradually became scarce. Ziyue was led by the small dog as he ventured deeper into the mountain. This was also due to his skill and boldness. Otherwise, no ordinary person would dare to venture into the dense forest of the mountain. Ziyue's saber slashed out like a dark cloud covering the sky, overbearing beyond compare. Pooh! A lone wolf mutated beast was slain by him just like that. Spiritual energy plus 1237. This was a mutated beast that wasn't any weaker than a late-stage internal refinement cultivator. It could be considered the strongest mutated beast he had encountered in the past few days. However, in Ziyue's hands, it couldn't even withstand a single strike and was killed. The small dog growled excitedly and quickly scurried to the side of the lone wolf's corpse. It hurriedly lowered its head and licked the blood on the ground. The mutated beast's flesh contained a shocking amount of energy. It was also a great supplement for the small dog, so it naturally wouldn't let it go. In the past few days, because of the mutated beast flesh Yue hunted and the spiritual stain stones it had picked up to replenish its spiritual energy, its stomach was round and round. It looked like its body had become much stronger. Moreover, Ziyue gradually discovered that its speed and strength were much stronger than ordinary hunting dogs. Previously, an adult hunting dog had wanted to bully it because of its small size, but it had been sent flying with a few swats. The fighting strength it displayed was almost comparable to some mutated beast that had just evolved. Sometimes, when it was searching for spiritual items, it would only encounter ordinary wild beasts. Gradually, it would become bolder and rush up to fight. Of course, once it was at a disadvantage, it would cleverly run away and let Ziyue deal with it. Then, when Ziyue killed the other party, it would flaunt its strength and crazily bite the other party's corpse like a dog relying on its master's power to take revenge. It looked like it wouldn't speak until it tore the other party's corpse into pieces. Ziyue didn't have much interest in the flesh of ordinary wild beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let it be so wasteful. The spirit's soaring flower, no wonder this mutated beast is guarding it. This kind of spiritual item is one of the main spiritual ingredients for refining the Qi accumulating pill. The Qi accumulating pill is a spiritual pill that can increase the chances of an internal refinement martial artist breaking through to the internal strength realm. It is extremely precious. However, it will take at least half a month before the spirit ascension flower blossoms. Baiziwa looked at the 3 small buds growing on the spiritual vine with a trace of regret on his face. Only when the flower spirit ascension flower, its effects with the flower bud. Although the flower bud contained a certain amount of spirituality, its medicinal properties were greatly reduced, so it didn't have much of an effect. However, although the spirit vine flower had not fully bloomed, Baiziwa still quickly memorized its location and the time it needed to mature. If there was a chance, he would naturally come over to pick it at a suitable time. In fact, he had dealt with the spirit ascension flower that hadn't matured before. Seeing that it was getting late, Baiziwa was about to leave with the lone wolf exotic beast corpse when his eyes suddenly noticed a ray of light flashing in the distance. He was startled and hurriedly crouched down. Sensing that something was amiss, the puppy quickly pricked up its ears and looked around vigilantly. However, it didn't see anything, so it glanced at Baiziwa with a puzzled look. Seeing that Baiziwa didn't seem to be faking it, and that Baiziwa was still unable to find anything despite looking around, his face immediately fell. He looked at Baiziwa with a disdainful gaze, as though he was looking at a fool. Ziwa wasn't in the mood to care about the little dog's antics. His eyes flashed, and he used the spirit eye technique. In an instant, he could see it clearly even though it was thousands of meters away. It's that group of people, the Nine Seals sect. Ziyue's face changed, and his breathing slowed down. At this moment, he had also discovered that the ray of light from before was the reflection of sunlight when a member of the Nine Seals sect was wiping his saber. Under the magical instinct of the spirit eye technique, Ziyue's eyes were strengthened to a certain extent and became extremely bright. He was very sensitive to all kinds of light. Even from thousands of meters away, the arc of light was weak, but he still noticed it. Were those people from the Nine Seals sect doing guarding there? While he was puzzling, Ziyue soon saw that behind the burly man wiping his saber, there was an old man sitting under a small tree with his legs crossed. On the small tree, there were fruits. The fruit was light gold in color. It was wrapped around the tree and glowed. Anyone could tell that it was extraordinary with just a glance. Metal spirit fruit. Ziyue almost cried out in surprise. There was a spirit fruit like the metal spirit fruit deep in the mountains. It must be known that this was a spirit fruit that was recorded in the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Materials. Not only could it purify a person's body and make them more agile and transparent, but it also had the powerful effect of increasing a martial artist's strength in the inner energy realm and increasing their inner energy. Of course, it was also effective for those who practiced the way of immortality. Moreover, because it was full of spirit energy, its power was mild. It was a spirit fruit that was more suitable for martial artists to break through from the peak of inner refinement to the realm of inner energy. Ziyue's eyes were burning. After all, he was at the critical moment of breaking through to the realm of inner energy. This spirit fruit was just right for him. He quickly checked the situation in front of him carefully. There were 7 metal spirit fruits hanging on the small tree. They were all emitting a pale gold glow under the sunlight. Under the small tree, there was an old man who looked to be in his 70s. Beside him were 7 or 8 burly men. They were scattered around the small tree and seemed to be on high alert. Ziyue quickly noticed that about 10 meters away from the small tree, there was the body of a huge black bear lying there quietly. Even though he was looking at it from afar, his heart still skipped a beat. Demon. That was definitely a bear demon that had surpassed the level of a mutated beast and had awakened its own magic. However, the bear demon had already died there. There was a lot of blood and flesh in its body that had even entered the stomachs of the 9 Seal sect disciples. Obviously, this place was originally the territory of the bear demon. Naturally, the metal spirit fruit was guarded by it. In the end, he was discovered by these people from the 9 Seals sect, which was why he was killed here. Now, the metal spirit fruit is not ripe yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't be guarding here day and night. However, from the size of the metal spirit fruit, it won't be long before it ripens. Ziyue looked at the 7 metal spirit fruits again and couldn't help but frown. Regarding the strength of a demon, he naturally had his own judgment. Back then, the snake demon had been dealt with by the Scorching Sun Gang and 2 third-rate masters, Lu Dong and Nie Yunhao. Among them, Nie Yunhao was at the peak of the third-rate level. Now, the bear demon might not be as strong as the snake demon, but its strength was definitely not weak. At least, it had the fighting strength of a third-rate master. Even if Ziyue was extremely confident in his own strength, when faced with a third-rate master, he dared not say that he could win, let alone kill one. That old man should be the strongest in their group. He is definitely a third-rate master. In addition, the strength of the 2 middle-aged men should not be underestimated. They are very likely to be warriors of the internal force realm. In addition, there are 5 or 6 of them who look quite capable. They are at least warriors of the late stage of internal refining. Ziyue's heart sank. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth was very easy to die in the tiger's mouth. However, he was not willing to give up just like that. Ziyue's eyes flickered. After thinking for a while, he decided to retreat first. He knew that his strength was still not enough. Even with the help of magic, it would be difficult to snatch the metal spirit fruits in front of so many disciples of the 9 Seal sect. He might even be trapped. Although the metal spirit fruits were good, compared to his own life, it was far inferior. Therefore, he decided to retreat. However, this did not mean that he had given up. Bai Ziyue called out to the puppy and carried the lone wolf mutated beast as he slowly retreated. Almost an hour later, Ziyue's figure appeared in the herb garden of the Green Mountain. Leader Bai is back. Leader Bai has brought back prey again. Looking at its size, is it another strange beast? As soon as Ziyue returned to the herb garden, a group of people immediately came over to greet him. Their eyes were full of respect and awe. In the past few days, Ziyue had been carrying 1 or 2 strange beasts back almost every day. Naturally, it made people envious. Strange beasts were not only powerful, but their flesh and blood were also very nutritious. Even a newly evolved strange beast was worth more than 100 taels of silver. In addition to the batch of spiritual herbs that Ziyue obtained, he had earned more than 1,000 taels of silver in just a few days. Naturally, it made people envious. Zhou Wei, as usual, 10% will be your share, and the rest will be converted into silver and given to me. As Ziyue spoke, he threw the lone wolf into a yard. This wolf-like strange beast, looking at its size, its evolution process is not low. I guess it would take at least a warrior of initial internal training to kill it. Zhou Wei muttered and hurriedly replied, No problem. I have to go back to the city tonight. Give me the silver tomorrow. Ziyue naturally heard Zhou Wei's muttering, but he was not afraid that he would discover the secret of his strength. This was because the strength of internal training warriors lay in their ability to penetrate and hit the weak points of the human heart and lungs. His blade had almost directly chopped off the wolf's head, and its internal organs were not damaged in the slightest. Others would at most think that his blade technique was fierce and had extraordinary strength, but they would never guess that he was already an internal training warrior. This was also the reason why he dared to bring the strange beast back. Leader Bai, are you going back? Manager Zhang Yong might come over tomorrow. He asks. Wang Erniu said hesitantly. I will hurry back as soon as possible. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. Ever since he entered the herb garden of the Green Mountain, he had not seen manager Zhang Yong once. However, he still spoke and headed directly in the direction of Wujiang County. Chapter 157. As for the puppy, as soon as it entered the medicine garden, it had already disappeared. Ziyue didn't need to think to know that the puppy had already scurried into his room and was holding onto the spirit die stone without letting go. After swallowing a few of its smaller spirit die stones, the puppy began to have designs on Ziyue's head-sized spirit die stone. In the first few days, the puppy still knew how to be afraid. It would secretly take advantage of when Ziyue wasn't paying attention and hide beside the spirit die stone. From time to time, it would lick it a few times. Occasionally, Ziyue would make some noise, causing it to be scared witless and not dare to move for a long time. Later, when it saw that Ziyue didn't scold it even after discovering that it was secretly eating, the puppy's courage began to grow. Occasionally, it would openly hug the spirit die stone and roll it around Ziyue. From time to time, it would nibble on the spirit die stone and let out a crisp grinding sound. The puppy's face was full of satisfaction. Looking at the sky, Ziyue quickly left the Green Mountain Medicine Garden. His footsteps didn't stop, and he finally rushed back just before the city gates were about to close. However, when Ziyue arrived at the Scorching Sun Gang, he discovered that there was no one in the Internal Affairs Hall. There were only a few odd-job apprentices cleaning the rooms. He had no choice but to leave. Early the next morning, Ziyue went out and quickly appeared at the entrance of the Scorching Sun Gang. After entering the Scorching Sun Gang, Ziyue arrived at the Internal Affairs Hall with ease. After explaining the purpose of his visit, Ziyue was led to a room by an Internal Affairs Hall disciple. Looking at this familiar office, his expression gradually became somewhat strange. Sure enough, in this office, Ziyue saw a familiar figure. It was the person who had previously assigned Ziyue a position and claimed to be the steward who had brought a message. If you remember correctly, his surname should be Su. It seemed that his cheap senior apprentice brother, Tang Zhanfei, had originally wanted to rely on this steward. Oh, it's you? What? Have you thought it through? Didn't you say it was a good position? However, Steward Su still remembered Ziyue. When he saw him coming over, he thought that he was here to exchange for a position and couldn't help but mock him. It's pretty good. My visit this time has nothing to do with my duties. Ziyue chuckled and continued. I remember that there's a rule in the sect that if there's any major discovery, you have to report it to the sect and you'll be rewarded for your contributions. I wonder if that's true? Of course. What? What else can you find in the Green Mountain Herbal Garden, a place where even birds don't shit? Steward Su said with some contempt. The disciples of the Nine Seals sect have shown up on Green Mountain. Are they valuable? Ziyue said calmly. Nine Seals sect disciple? How many people? Where is it? Steward Su's expression changed, and he finally became serious. The Green Mountain belonged to the Scorching Sun Gang's sphere of influence, and the value of the Ur Garden was extremely high. They couldn't afford to lose it. As the opposing force of the Scorching Sun Gang, the Nine Seals sect couldn't afford to pay too much attention to the appearance of their disciples near the Green Mountain. Who knew if there was any conspiracy behind it? I wonder how much contribution points this piece of information of mine is worth. Ziyue asked in return. The value of information varies. It needs to be verified. Only after verification can we determine how much contribution points we should give you. Moreover, some information has a time limit. If we miss the opportunity, the contribution points will be low. Steward Sue explained in a deep voice. They should still be around in the next 1 or 2 days. Ziyue estimated the time it would take for the metal spiritual fruit to ripen before continuing. So far, I've found 9 people in total. I can't be sure if there's anyone else who hasn't shown up yet. They should be the elite disciples of the Nine Seals sect, and their strength isn't weak. 2 middle-aged men are extremely vigilant and have sharp eyes. There's also an old man whose strength isn't simple. I estimate that all 3 of them have strength above the inner 4 state. The old man may even be a third-rate master who's already begun to break through the 12 standard meridians. So if the sect plans to take action, I suggest that we invite a third-rate master or above to bring people over. It's safer. Ziyue hesitated for a while, but still decided to reveal as much information as possible. Otherwise, it would easily cause losses to the sect, and this wasn't something he wanted to see. All right, I've already recorded the information. Within today, there will be people going to investigate. When the time comes, they may ask you to lead the way. Prepare yourself. If it's true, you'll naturally be rewarded with contribution points. As Steward Sue spoke, he got by Ziyue to sign his name. He also added a line to his contribution record book and sealed it. Only then did he say, "If there's nothing else, you can go back first." All right. Nodding his head, Ziyue then walked out of the Scorching Sun gang. Third-rate master? This kind of exaggeration, Master Sue has seen too many of them. Steward Sue glanced at the mission information and sneered. With a slight wave of his pen, the strength of the masters mentioned by Ziyue was greatly reduced. From 2 inner force practitioners and 1 third-rate master, it was reduced to 2 inner force practitioners and 1 inner force practitioner. In order to obtain more contribution points, it was very common to falsify information. He had seen too many of them in his years as a steward, so naturally, he had his own judgment. He believed that Ziyue must have discovered traces of the Nine Seal sect's disciples moving around Green Mountain, but to say that the other party really had 1 third-rate master and 2 inner force practitioners, he didn't believe it. Then, he called out, and soon a disciple of the Internal Affairs Division walked over and said respectfully, "Steward Sue, go, post this mission information." As he spoke, Steward Sue handed over the document. Yes, the disciple of the Internal Affairs Division responded and walked out. Back in the Green Mountain Herb Garden, Ziyue no longer cared about the Nine Seal sect. It would be best if the higher-ups took it seriously, but if they didn't, he had nothing to lose. Even if he didn't have the metal spirit fruit, he was confident that with his current martial arts realm at the peak of internal refinement, plus a chi accumulating pill, he would be able to cultivate internal energy and cross the barrier that countless martial artists at the peak of internal refinement were unable to cross. "Leader, by your back. Steward Zhang came just now and asked about you. Seeing that you weren't here, he seemed a little unhappy." Zhou Wei had just returned from his patrol, and seeing Ziyue return, he hurriedly said, "I got it." Ziyue frowned slightly, then asked, "Is Steward Zhang still around? I'll go over and meet him." Although he didn't care about his position, his superior had come over and asked about him, so he naturally had to go over and greet him. "He left not long ago. Didn't you see him?" Zhou Wei asked curiously. Elder Qian nodded as well. They had seen Steward Li Yunfeng walk him all the way to the door. Ziyue blinked and asked curiously, "Did I miss him?" However, if he hadn't gone far, they should have bumped into each other between the official road and the commercial road of the Green Mountain Herb Garden, right? "All right, leader, this is the meat of the exotic beast you asked me to sell yesterday. It's a total of 300 taels of silver. Here's your 270 taels. Then, Zhou Wei hurriedly handed a money bag to Ziyue and said, Ziyue suppressed the doubts in his heart, and after a quick check, he returned to his room. Wujiang County at the city gate. Gong Xingho excitedly ran into a restaurant and soon came to the window seat on the 2nd floor. He excitedly said in a low voice, "Uncle Huang, we found something." Someone sent a message to the Internal Affairs Hall early this morning, saying that they found a group of 9 Seal sect disciples near the Green Mountain. This is the proof from the Internal Affairs Hall. Show it to me. Hearing this, Huang Guangzhao's face suddenly showed a trace of excitement, and he hurriedly took the document. Soon, Huang Guangzhao's eyes flashed, and he shouted, "Inform the others. We're leaving immediately." "Where are we going?" "The Green Mountain Herd Garden." Slowly dispersing the force in his dantian, Zhue let out a long sigh of relief. Today's cultivation should be enough. Later, I'll ask for leave from Manager Li. In the next few days, I'll prepare well for the breakthrough. Maybe after the breakthrough, I'll be able to make it in time to participate in the youth martial gathering with my cheap senior brother. Zhue thought in his heart, and he felt satisfied and expectant, cultivating inner force and reaching the inner force state. Thinking about it now, he felt a little absent-minded. He was about to reach the inner force state so soon. Just as he was sighing with emotion, there was a knock on the door of the bamboo house. Then, Wang Erniu's voice sounded, "Leader Bai, someone is looking for you outside." "Someone is looking for me?" Zhue muttered to himself, puzzled. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly got up and walked out. Seeing that other than Wang Erniu, there were a few warriors standing outside the door. They were dressed in martial attire and had an extraordinary aura. Zhue raised his eyebrows and said, "You must be here for the discovery of the 9 Seal sect disciples." "That's right. I'm the manager of the law enforcement hall, Huang Guangzhao. These are my subordinates. We need you to lead the way for their specific location, so we need you to come with us first." Huang Guangzhao glanced at Zhue and said lightly, "Just a few of you?" Zhue looked behind him. Even though their figures were different, with Zhue's eyesight, he could roughly judge their strength. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Behind Huang Guangzhao, a young man looked at Zhue with disdain. Through the conversation with Wang Erniu and the others, he knew about Zhue's identity as an outstanding disciple. He couldn't help but feel some repulsion and hostility. "Of course there's a problem, and it's a big one. Since you've accepted the mission, then you should be very clear about the information I've described. A third-rate master, 2 inner force warriors, and 5 or 6 inner force elite disciples. I don't think you're a match for them," Zhue said with a frown. He naturally saw Gong Xingho's hostility. Although he had some doubts, he didn't want to bother. Compared to the contempt of others, he cared more about the success or failure of this mission. He would never joke about his own life. Chapter 158. There's only one inner energy realm and 2 peak inner refinement realm martial artists. Our Uncle Huang is more than enough. Your actions of exaggerating your achievements have long been seen through by the people of the Internal Affairs Hall. Gong Xingho said disdainfully, "Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" Huang Guangzhao frowned as he looked at Zhue. Although they're a little far away, the aura of those 3 people is far stronger than the average person. They're definitely in the inner energy realm. If you only have this few people, it's tantamount to entering the tiger's den. Zhue hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'm afraid you don't know anything about our brother Huang's strength. Even if we meet a third-rate expert, we can still put up a fight. What's more, you're just guessing." A man with a scar on his face said disapprovingly, "Lead the way. Without you, we won't be able to find their location. Also, since you think we're not strong enough, we'll recruit the few of you to go up the mountain with us." Huang Guangzhao obviously didn't believe Zhue's words. Even if he did, he was extremely confident in his own strength. Therefore, he didn't beat around the bush and directly ordered Zhou Wei, Fu Zhongting, and the others who were approaching. Instantly, everyone's expression changed. "Steward Huang, don't you think you're going a little overboard?" Zhue's gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Overboard? You can ask them if I'm going overboard. The disciples in the sect either have a higher position or are stronger. Otherwise, they'll have to be recruited by their superiors when necessary. Even if your supervisor comes, he won't dare to say anything." Huang Guangzhao sneered and said, even if his position was only that of a steward, the disciples of the disciplinary hall were naturally stronger than those in other places. Just his strength alone was enough for him to be a protector. Normal supervisors wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in front of him. Of course, as disciples of the sect, I'll naturally give you compensation for recruiting you. This time, anyone who's willing to go with us can be compensated with 50 taels of silver. If there's a battle and you contribute more, I'll naturally reward you more. Huang Guangzhou softened his tone and said, Then I'm willing. Count me in. And me. Soon, except for old Qian, who had always been cautious, everyone agreed. He could earn 50 taels of silver just by making a trip to the Green Mountain Herbal Garden, which was much better than the one in the Green Mountain Herbal Garden. Even if there was a battle, wasn't there Huang Guangzhou, a powerful martial artist in the Inner Force realm, at the front? They weren't worried. Look, they've all agreed. What other questions do you have? Or do you want to disobey? Huang Guangzhou looked at Ziyue threateningly, as if he was going to teach him a lesson if he didn't agree. Ziyue's eyes flickered as he remained silent. Naturally, he believed in his own judgment. Even though he was watching from a distance, the profoundness of the Spirit Eye technique allowed him to faintly discern the strength of the Nine Seals sex group. Although he wasn't sure if the old man was a third-rate expert, he was definitely stronger than the average Inner Force realm martial artist. In addition, there were two other people who also had extraordinary auras. It was very likely that they had reached the realm of inner strength. If it was only Huang Guangzhou who was leading the team, it would be extremely dangerous. However, it was obvious that the other party wanted to use their power to suppress him. If he didn't go, it would be troublesome. Just as he was deep in thought, a low growl sounded beside him. Then, a small black shadow turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced towards Huang Guangming. This black shadow was Little Dog. It seemed to have sensed that someone was going to harm Ziyue. It dashed towards Huang Guangzhou and bit him. You're courting death. Huang Guangzhou frowned, and one of his legs shot out like a spring. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. He quickly grabbed Little Dog by the neck and blocked with one hand. Bam! With a crisp sound, Ziyue let out a muffled groan and took 3 to 4 steps back. This attack wasn't very powerful. Huang Guangzhou didn't use any inner force either. However, a penetrating force still surged out like a sharp blade and quickly entered Ziyue's internal organs. Fortunately, he had already cultivated to the limit. His internal organs were as tough as cowhide. This penetrating force naturally didn't cause any harm to him. However, to prevent others from seeing through him, he purposely grunted and forced his qi and blood to surge, causing his face to turn pale. Take care of your dog, Huang Guangzhou snorted. He was surprised that Ziyue could block his kick by only taking 3 to 4 steps back. Even if he didn't use all his strength in this kick, not to mention the penetrating force, just the force of his kick alone wasn't something that an ordinary outer-trained martial artist could block. Let's go. I'll lead the way. Ziyue pursed his lips. As the saying goes, it's hard to persuade a damned ghost with kind words. Since Huang Guangzhou and his group insisted on him leading the way, he wouldn't say anything more. Anyway, he was confident that he could protect himself with his own methods. As for Zhou Wei and the others, they chose their own path. He couldn't care less. Whether they could come back alive would depend on their luck. In the depths of the Green Mountain, others might not be able to feel it clearly. However, Ziyue's mental strength was stronger. He could already feel that the spiritual qi in the surroundings was richer than in other places. Therefore, in such a place, even wild animals, insects, and snakes were more abundant than in other places. With one slash, he killed a 5-foot-long snake that leaped up because it was alarmed. Gong Xingho asked with a doubtful face, "How much longer? Are you sure that the people from the Nine Seals sect will come to this desolate place? After we climb over the mountain in front, we can roughly see their figures." Ziyue had just finished speaking when Huang Guangzhou had already climbed to the top of the mountain. As he looked over, his pupils suddenly shrank and he crouched down. "They're right in front of us." As he spoke, Huang Guangzhou couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face. Spiritual fruits. Although he couldn't see clearly because of the distance, when he saw the disciples of the Nine Seals sect, he also saw a few pale golden fruits on an obviously unusual small tree. There was no doubt that they were spiritual fruits. It was only then that he realized why the disciples of the Nine Seals sect would stay in this deep mountain for such a long time. Soon, the others came up one after another and looked into the distance. Their breathing quickened involuntarily. As they looked at each other, there was a hint of excitement in their eyes. From now on, everyone be careful. Don't make any noise. Especially you. Keep an eye on your dog. If it causes us to be exposed in advance, don't blame me for being rude to you. Huang Guangzhou pulled everyone to a spot behind the mountain to prevent them from being discovered. Only then did he warn Ziyue. The puppy growled in a low voice, showing signs of anger. However, when Ziyue gently touched it, it immediately restrained itself. However, it still glared at Huang Guangzhou from time to time. Don't worry, it won't affect your business. As Ziyue spoke, he glanced at Zhou Wei, Wang Erniu, and the others who were nervous and excited at the same time. He muttered, "Since you've already found the traces of those people, can we leave now? This way, you'll have less of a burden and it'll be easier for you to hide." In any case, they were still his subordinates. He could still order them around. Therefore, he finally decided to give them a hand. However, his good intentions were not appreciated. "Chief Bai, since we're already here, I'm not willing to leave. A martial artist cultivates qi and blood, and even more so, courage. At this time, we can't back down." Zhou Wei and Zhao Ding spoke one after another. Zhou Wei was more tactful, but Zhao Ding was more blunt. He was just short of directly saying that Ziyue was a person who had strength, but no courage. As for Fu Zhongting and Wang Erniu, although they did not speak, they were obviously unwilling to give up. If that's the case, then I have nothing more to say. Ziyue glanced at their excited faces. He knew that they had lost their minds because of the spiritual fruits, so he did not say anything more. They chose their own path. They could only bear the consequences. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go. Huang Guangzhou shouted in a low voice and quickly circled around to the side of the mountain ridge. The others followed one after another. Wang Ernie hesitated for a moment and called out, "Chief Bai, let's go." Ziyue followed silently, but his face was much calmer. Along the way, because they deliberately avoided the vision of the Nine Seals sect's people, the group deliberately walked a little longer. As for the mountain forest, insects, snakes, and wild beasts that appeared from time to time, they were naturally no threat to martial artists like them. Even if they encountered an exotic beast, it would be taken care of by Huang Guangzhou and the others in the front in an instant. Soon, the group arrived at the foot of the mountain where the Nine Seals sect's disciples were. At this time, it was more difficult for them to sneak over. The group tried their best to be as careful as possible. They quickly climbed up the mountain without making any noise. "Elder Huang, someone's coming." Halfway up the mountain, at the edge of the spirit tree, a strong man suddenly came to the side of an old man and shouted, "What's going on?" As the old man spoke, he hurriedly took a few steps forward and looked down. Beside the old man, there was a middle-aged man in black. His figure was obviously more luxurious than the others. He took a glance, and his face changed. He said in a low voice, "It's the Scorching Sun Gang. I know the leader. He's the steward of the law enforcement hall, Huang Rizhao. He's not weak. 5 years ago, he had broken through to the inner force realm. Elder Huang, I can't stay here any longer. These spiritual fruits should be fully ripe in a day or two, but I can't wait any longer. I want to take one with me." "Sure." After pondering for a moment, Elder Kuei nodded and agreed. Then, the luxuriously dressed, middle-aged man quickly went forward and took one of the pale golden fruits. He put it in a jade box and quickly went down the mountain in the other direction. Chapter 159. With the metal spirit fruit in his hand, the middle-aged man's expression did not relax at all. Instead, he looked troubled and uneasy. He shouldn't have seen it, right? With just a glance, he not only recognized the manager of the Scorching Sun Gang, Huang Guangzhou, but also saw a few familiar figures. At that time, The other party also looked in his direction. Thinking of this, his heart sank, and he became even more uneasy. What's wrong? Ziyue was climbing the mountain with the others when he suddenly noticed that Wang Erniu's body stiffened and his face turned pale. He could not help but ask, That person looks a bit like our manager. Wang Erniu opened his mouth and said with a pale face, Manager? Zhang Yong? Ziyue asked doubtfully. He suddenly remembered the doubts that had been suppressed in his heart. If that figure was really Zhang Yong, then it could be explained why he did not meet him on the way. However, with Zhang Yong's identity, why would he be involved with the Nine Seals sect? Could he have betrayed the Scorching Sun Gang? Oh no, we've been discovered. Go! At this moment, Huang Guangzhao in front of them shouted and raised his speed to the maximum, quickly climbing up the mountain. The others shook their bodies and no longer hid, quickly jumping up. A distance of tens of meters. Even if it was uphill, for them, it was a distance that could be crossed in the blink of an eye. Hide well. Bai Ziyue glanced at the puppy and instantly leaped up from the ground, sprinting into the distance. The Scorching Sun Gang is on duty. Everyone, surrender without resistance. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy. Huang Guangzhao shouted and jumped up to the flat ground. Behind him, the others quickly followed and stood behind him. Huang Guangzhao looked around and immediately saw a group of burly men in tight clothes surrounding the spirit fruit tree. Beside the fruit tree, there was an old warrior who was leisurely picking the spirit fruit. Beside him were two middle-aged martialists. Each of them was holding a jade box and carefully placing the spirit fruits into the jade box. 6 spirit fruits, a total of 3 jade boxes. This scene caused his heart to sink. Surrender without resistance? With just a few of you? A middle-aged man with 2 spirals on his head asked with a smile. Since you're here, don't leave. It saves us a lot of trouble. At this time, the old man put down his hand that was plucking the spirit fruit and said in a cold voice, Xiong Hua Jibin, and you are. Huang Guangzhao's face turned pale as his confidence dissipated instantly. What Ziyue had said before was true. 2 of them were at the inner force realm, and 1 was a third-rate expert in Mei. The old man replied with a smile. One of the 9 great elders of the Nine Seals sect, Elder Huang Guangzhao's expression changed, and a trace of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was too careless. He shouldn't have ignored the advice and insisted on entering the depths of Green Mountain. However, when he looked at the jade boxes on Xiong and Hua Jibin's bodies respectively, a burning desire flashed in his eyes. Metal spirit fruit. 1 pill was enough to greatly increase his strength. 2 pills could even allow him to directly break through the bottleneck of the 12 standard meridians and truly step into the ranks of third-rate experts. Kill! With a loud roar, Huang Guangzhao no longer hesitated and quickly rushed out. Although his subordinates were a little wary, they also rushed out without hesitation. It was also at this moment that Bai Ziyue was the last to jump onto the flat ground. Then, without even thinking, he went around the 3 powerful martial artists who seemed to be above Qi realm and quickly rushed to the front of a slightly younger internal refinement realm martial artist. You don't know what's good for you. Elder Huang put a jade box into the cloth bag at his waist, and his body rushed out like lightning, followed by a flash of sword light. Heaven Light Division Sword. An inner-trained martial artist couldn't dodge in time and only had time to let out a scream before he was cut into pieces by the countless sword light. Then his footsteps shrank, paused, and suddenly tensed up, rushing quickly to Huang Guangzhao. Huang Guangzhao's expression changed. Without thinking, he grabbed the person beside him and threw him to Elder Huang, while he quickly rushed to Xiong side, and the light of his blade swept out. 13 slashes of gale. Countless blade slashes rushed out quickly, like countless waterfalls falling down. The fierce sound of blade slashing was constantly heard, and inner force swept out. The grass and mud within a few meters of the surrounding area seemed to have been plowed, leaving a large area bare. Zhao Ding suddenly felt that his whole body was thrown into the air, and as the world spun, various scenes flashed before his eyes. Then he felt a chill in his chest, and a cold, long sword directly pierced through his chest. Die. Hwajibin held two blades in his hands, and countless blade light swept out. There was no place for him to block, and anyone who stood in front of him was quickly killed. Uncle Huang, save me. Gong Xingho was shocked, and his body flashed, trying to avoid Hwajibin's attack. Suddenly, he felt his vision go black, and a handprint slammed down fiercely. The Nine Seal School's secret skill, the third seal of the Nine Seal Palms, the seal of mountains and rivers. Boom! Gong Xingho's neck shrunk as he was hit, and there was a clear black handprint on his head. Gong Xingho didn't even make a sound before he lost his breath. Huang Guangzhou was overjoyed when he grabbed a jade box. His body then quickly retreated, and he ran away without thinking. Retreat. Only then did he let out a loud roar. It's too late to escape now. His cold gaze swept toward the dead Xiongxingde, and Elder Kuang took the opportunity to rush in front of Huang Guangzhou, and the light of his sword bloomed in front of his eyes. Heaven Light Division Sword. The light of the sword flashed, and an extremely long and narrow wound appeared on Huang Guangzhou's back. Then, the light of the sword flashed again, and Huang Guangzhou's hand went limp, and the jade box fell. In the blink of an eye, the Scorching Sun gang suffered heavy losses, and Huang Guangzhou was in danger. How could the others still have the will to fight? In an instant, they all ran wildly in all directions. Don't let any of them go. Hwajibin roared and rushed in front of Zhou Wei. The light of his blade swept out, and the other party died before he could react. Looks like there's no hope after all. Zhu sighed in his heart. With a sweep of his blade, he seemed to be at a disadvantage, but in the blink of an eye, he crushed the other party's attack and took the opportunity to slash down. Puff! Blood splattered, and a Nine Seals sect disciple in the beginner stage of internal refinement died suddenly. After that, Bai Ziyu didn't even think as he quickly fled into the distance. Ziyue's body was like lightning, and he quickly descended the mountain. His cloud walk, which was at the perfect level, allowed him to fly forward as if his feet didn't touch the ground. In just 3 or 4 steps, he had already traveled more than 10 meters, far faster than other internal refinement warriors. You can't escape. Bai Ziyue's extreme speed attracted Hua Jiabin's attention. With the infusion of his inner strength, Hua Jiabin's figure flew across some trees. When he stepped on the trees, he was as agile as a swallow. His speed was equally shocking, and he wasn't any weaker than Bai Ziyue. Other than Bai Ziyue, the rest of the people also quickly ran in different directions. However, the Nine Seals sect had the advantage in numbers, and their strength was also stronger. Most of the people were caught up and killed quickly. Only a few of the quick-witted ones were able to escape the battlefield at the first moment and had a chance of survival. Stay. With a roar, Hua Jiabin immediately threw out a long saber. With a whistling sound, the saber went straight for Ziyue's back. Ziyue's 5 senses were sharp, and he listened to the wind to determine the direction. With a twist of his body, he dodged the long saber in time. But very quickly, another loud whistling sound was heard, and it quickly appeared where Ziyue was standing. Ziyue had no choice but to stop, and his long saber swept out. Bang! With a loud bang, the long saber was knocked away by him. Die! Then, Hua Jiabin raised one hand to the sky, and in an instant his palm was covered in blood, and he suddenly pressed down. The Nine Seals sect's unique skill, the 4th style of the Nine Seal Palms below the 5 mountains. The 5 fingers were like 5 mountains, pressing down fiercely. At this moment, in Ziyue's eyes, everything in the world seemed to have lost its color, and only the palm kept enlarging in front of his eyes. Humph! A long saber suddenly shone, and the saber radiance bloomed, instantly breaking through the unique mental lock of Hua Jiabin's palm print. It then turned into a shocking rainbow, and instantly slashed down. This saber was extremely domineering. This saber could cut the sky, destroy the earth, and obliterate everything. Domineering saber art. Gathering all the strength in Ziyue's body, it could be said to be the full display of his martial strength, and it was quickly slashed out. Under the limit of internal refinement, it turned into a turbulent force, and all of it flowed into the saber. Puff! Hua Jiabin suddenly froze, and his eyes were filled with incomparable shock and endless fear. Bang! The saber cut him in half. Hua Jiabin's originally tall body fell in an instant and was cut into two halves. Jade box. Ziyue's eyes twitched, and he quickly picked up a jade box and then ran out again. Ayo, ayo! With a howl, the puppy ran wildly and quickly chased after Ziyue. The dense forest seemed to be the best shelter for it. Ziyue reached out and picked up the puppy. He didn't stay any longer and disappeared from the mountaintop. A few minutes later, Elder Feng stood in front of Hua Jiabin's corpse with a gloomy face, and his gaze was incomparably cold. What happened? Hua Jiabin was a martial artist in the inner force realm. How could he be killed so quickly? Who was the other party? Could it be that there is another hidden expert among them, other than Huang Guangzhao? I don't know. We only saw that person suddenly burst out and killed Deacon Hua with a single saber, and we didn't even have time to react, an internal refinement warrior said with a trembling face. A trace of shock flashed across the faces of the others. How many people escaped in total? After a moment of silence, Elder Feng asked. Other than that person, there should be one more. Someone replied. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go back as soon as possible. Elder Feng said in a deep voice. After saying that, he looked at the spiritual fruit tree in the distance and continued. Cut down that tree. We can't let the scorching sun gang take advantage of us. Chapter 160. 10 minutes later, after confirming that no one was chasing after them, Ziyue let out a sigh of relief and stopped. This time, I don't think many of them will be able to escape. Huang Guangzhao subordinates are probably all dead. I don't know how he is doing. As for Zhou Wei and the rest, Ziyue was speechless. From what he saw, Zhao Ding died tragically. Fu Zhongting was killed by one person. And as for Wang Erniu, because his strength was too low, he died at the hands of an internal cultivator at the first moment. Zhou Wei, in the chaos, did not notice without thinking further. Ziyue looked at the jade box in his hand. Opening the jade box, two fist-sized fruits with a faint golden glow were lying quietly inside. Metal spirit fruit. The fruit was full of spirituality, making people salivate at the sight of it. The only thing that made him feel a little regretful was that the two fruits were not fully ripe, and the effect would be weaker than expected. However, two spirit fruits were enough for him to break through the shackles of the realm and cultivate inner strength. Closing the jade box, Ziyue put into the bee skin bag that he always carried with him. Spirit energy 32540. Looking at the amount of spirit energy, Ziyue's face was calm. An increase of more than 10,000 points of spirit energy was no longer enough to move him. Suddenly, Ziyue's body moved, and his gaze instantly looked behind him. A figure in gray clothes, with a pale face and a few obvious knife wounds on his body, quickly ran in his direction. As if seeing Ziyue, his face was filled with joy, and he slightly changed his direction and came closer. The person who came was Zhou Wei. Ziyue did not expect that he would also successfully escape. Chief Bai, Zhou Wei shouted excitedly. Escaping from death and suddenly meeting an acquaintance. That kind of excitement was needless to say. Your injury, is it okay? Ziyue looked behind him, and after confirming that no one was following him, he asked, It's nothing serious. Shaking his head, Zhou Wei's expression quickly turned sad as he said, It's just that Zhao Ding, Zhong Ting, and the others won't be able to come back. Chief Bai, if we had listened to you, this wouldn't have happened. It's already over. Ziyue shook his head and didn't want to talk about it anymore. He said, Let's go. It's not safe here. By the way, where are you going next? I plan to return to the city directly. If you want to return to the Green Mountain Herb Garden, we should part ways here. After walking for a while, Ziyue suddenly stopped and looked at Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei was taken aback, and a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. In the end, he thought that the disciples of the Nine Seals sect would definitely return to the city at this time. If he ran into them, he would be in danger. So he said, I plan to go back to the Green Mountain and Herb Garden first. Then let's part here. Help me tell Manager Li that I won't be going back for a while. Ziyue was silent for a while before he said, also, be careful. Goodbye. Zhou Wei didn't think too much about it. He nodded solemnly and quickly headed for the Green Mountain Herb Garden. Ziyue, on the other hand, took a small path and walked quickly in the direction of the city gate. Half an hour later, Ziyue descended the mountain and stepped onto the official road. Soon, the city gate was in sight. The flow of people entering and exiting was no different from before. Just as he was lining up to enter the city, he suddenly saw a group of disciples rushing out of the city in a hurry. The leader of the group was an elder of the sect. Ziyue had heard his chief senior brother's description before. Comparing the two, he should be Elder Zhou, who had the strength of a second-rate master in the sect. Looking at the Scorching Sun Gang's actions, something must have happened again. You're new here, so you don't know. Half an hour ago, a disciple of the Scorching Sun Gang returned to the city covered in blood. He must have encountered a strong enemy. At this time, the Scorching Sun Gang must have gone out to investigate. Near the southern part of the city, even the mountain bandits don't dare to provoke the Scorching Sun Gang. Who would be so bold as to cause trouble here? Who else could it be? It can only be the Nine Seal sect. The battle between the two forces has been getting more and more dangerous. It's very common to encounter a life and death battle outside. I reckon that it won't be long before it will be like the Nine Seal sect and Tai sect. There will only be one force left. Even though the people in front were only discussing softly, Bai Ziyue still heard them clearly. He could not help but be moved in his heart as he guessed that there was a possibility that another person from their group had escaped. But who could it be? Soon after, Bai Ziyue confirmed the other party's identity from the discussions. It was the Scorching Sun Gang's law enforcement manager, Huang Guangzhou. I didn't expect him to escape, Ziyue's eyes flashed. Soon, he followed the flow of people and stepped into the city. 20 miles outside the city of Wujiang County, in the herb garden of Qingshan, Zhou Wei had just walked past a hill when he saw the herb garden in sight. His face immediately showed a trace of joy. You must be Zhou Wei. What happened? At this moment, a figure walked over from afar and asked in a puzzled manner, Supervisor Zhang, why are you here? Zhou Wei looked at the person in surprise and quickly said, we were recruited by the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall to fight with the disciples of the Nine Seals sect. After we lost, I was lucky enough to escape and come back. Zhou Wei didn't doubt him. When he saw the experts in the sect, he naturally hurried to tell them everything. Oh, apart from you, who else escaped? Supervisor Zhang didn't answer Zhou Wei's question. Instead, he asked in a concerned tone, among the guards of the herb garden, besides me, only Chief Bai escaped safely. As for the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall, they're probably all dead. I was also lucky. My body movement was not bad. Plus, my strength was relatively weak. Only an early-stage, internal refining warrior was chasing me. That's how I escaped. As he spoke, Zhou Wei's face showed a trace of luck again. Is Chief Bai the only one who escaped? Where is he? Manager Zhang let out a sigh of relief. Then, he slowly leaned over and casually asked. He returned to the city. He even asked me to ask for leave from Supervisor Li. As Zhou Wei spoke, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He noticed that Supervisor Zhang's expression wasn't right. His body tensed up and he hurriedly said, Supervisor Zhang, what are you trying to do? Nothing. I'm just sending you to reunite with the others. As Supervisor Zhang spoke, his body flew over in an instant. His palm was like blood as it slammed down viciously. Nine Seals' palm. Bang! There was a loud sound. Zhou Wei's chest caved in and his bones broke. His heart and lungs were crushed by an extremely powerful force. He died in an instant. For the next few days, if anyone comes, say that I'm not here. If you can't stop them, just say that I'm in seclusion. Ziyue and Xiao Tao said this and went straight into his room. He really needed to go into seclusion to cultivate and break through the realm. After external refining and internal refining was the internal strength realm. Only by cultivating inner chi would many martial skills be able to display their true tyrannical effects. The martial artist's strength would also increase by a large margin. Even if his true combat strength was no weaker than a martial artist in the internal strength realm, and he had the valiant record of killing Hua Jibin with a single slash. However, this was mostly due to his extraordinary strength. After all, the tyrannical saber art was formed by combining several saber techniques that weren't weak. Moreover, he had cultivated it to perfection. Naturally, he could unleash an extremely powerful force. However, once he had internal strength, the power of the tyrannical saber art would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. After taking a deep breath, Ziyue's breathing gradually calmed down. Then he took out a stick of incense from a cloth bag. Tranquility incense. Ziyue expected that he wouldn't have any supply of incense for a long time when he came to Wujiang County this time. Therefore, he exchanged some with the old scholar. Not only the tranquility incense, but he also exchanged dozens of spirit-gathering incense, soul-guiding incense, and so on. It guaranteed that he wouldn't lack incense for the next few months. He directly lit it. In an instant, wisps of smoke began to rise from the incense. As the smoke was absorbed by Ziyue, his mind instantly became clear, and his body and mind became even clearer. Only then did Ziyue take out a jade box. When he opened the jade box, two pale golden fruits immediately appeared in front of him. Metal spirit fruit. Normal martial artists would rely on their own accumulation to break through from the internal refinement realm to the internal strength realm. Then, they would accumulate strength and break through the Dantian's barrier. Only then would they be considered to have truly stepped into the internal strength realm. However, the success rate of this method wasn't high. At most, only one or two martial artists at the peak of the internal refinement realm would be able to break through and reach the internal strength realm. However, if they consumed the chi accumulating pill and the most important chi accumulating pill, their chances of breaking through would increase by 30%. Out of 10 people, about 4 or 5 would be able to break through and become a martial artist in the internal strength realm. However, the aftereffects were equally obvious. The chi accumulating pill was violent. While it increased the chances of breaking through, it would often cause great damage to the martial artist's body. If they didn't break through successfully, they would need at least 3 years of recuperation before they could attempt to break through again. Even if they broke through successfully, they would need at least half a year of recuperation to maintain their strongest fighting strength. The pros and cons were very obvious. Originally, Ziyue had planned to exchange the chi accumulating pill with his cheap senior brother Tang Zhanfei to break through. However, now that he had the metal spirit fruit, Ziyue would be able to save himself the trouble. The metal spirit fruit is full of spiritual energy, and its power is also very gentle. Not only will it not damage the body like the chi accumulating pill, the martial artist's chances of breaking through to the internal chi realm will also be much higher than those who use the chi accumulating pill. At least the success rate can be increased to 80%. Ziyue thought in his heart and took out a metal spirit fruit. Sensing the tempting fragrance from the fruit, Ziyue didn't hesitate and swallowed the entire metal spirit fruit in a few bites. Sweet and delicious, the fragrance lingered in his mouth. Ziyue didn't have time to admire the deliciousness of the fruit's flesh. The force in his body instantly condensed. Abundant, surging, powerful, all the strength in his body converged like a raging river. Gradually, it converged from all parts of his body and rushed toward his dantian. Chapter 161. Boom! Like a large bell and drum, Ziyue's dantian suddenly shrank and crashed. Broken. A trace of surprise appeared on Ziyue's face. He was surprised that he could break through the dantian barrier so easily. However, He thought that his current realm was the limit of internal refinement that ordinary people would not know. It was stronger than the peak of internal refinement. The evolution of his force also showed a slight change and became more powerful. It seemed very normal to be able to break through the Dantian barrier like a hot knife through butter. This thought flashed through his mind. Ziyue quickly immersed all his attention into the Dantian. Breaking through the Dantian barrier so smoothly was indeed worthy of joy. However, the most important thing was to nurture his inner force. The force was as ferocious as a flood. In an instant, all of it surged into the Dantian. Spacious, limitless, unparalleled, as if there was no sense of touch. Ziyue's expression did not change. His qi and blood surged. Countless inner force was nurtured in his body and turned into a torrential river that rushed into the Dantian. The metal spirit fruit that he had swallowed was continuously absorbed and transformed by his body. It turned into a warm current that nourished his qi and blood that he had consumed. It made his body, which was originally sore and lacking in energy due to the consumption of qi and blood, become full. His abundant physical strength and seemingly endless qi and blood were converted in a force that was unstoppable like a sharp arrow. Boom, boom, boom. An endless amount of force poured into his Dantian, causing it to emit a rumbling tremor. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it also seemed like only a moment. Suddenly, a warm current was produced in his stomach and Dantian. It was as if a boundless curtain of darkness was suddenly lit up, illuminating the entire world and making it bright. Inner force. He had cultivated it. The endless qi and blood turned into nourishment. After being nurtured and transformed by the Dantian, inner force was finally nurtured. It was like a drop of water that floated in the Dantian. Ziyue was wild with joy. However, he suppressed his excitement and controlled his inner force to flow into the Dantian. Second drop, third drop, fourth drop. Very quickly, an endless stream of inner strength was produced within his Dantian. After that, it fused with the first drop of inner strength and turned into a whole, causing his inner strength to accumulate more and more, becoming bigger and bigger. After some time, a sense of weakness suddenly appeared in his body. Even his face gradually turned pale. Ziyue finally stopped accumulating his inner strength and slowly opened his eyes. Outside, it was pitch black. Vaguely, he could see the half-moon hanging high in the sky. It was obvious that some time had passed since he had broken through. Inner Force Realm. Ziyue sensed the inner strength in his Dantian and felt that he was full of energy. A feeling of being able to cover the sky with a single hand and make the world collapse with a single kick surfaced in his heart. But soon, Ziyue expelled this unreal feeling, and his mind became calm again. He knew that this was an illusion caused by the sudden increase in strength. It was not a good thing to be lost in this illusion. Under the Inner Force Realm, my strength has also increased greatly. It is more than twice as strong as before. Ziyue muttered to himself. His inner strength flowed out like water from his entire body and suddenly exploded out along his fist. Boom! A tyrannical force suddenly rushed out, and a table and chair 2 meters away collapsed with a loud bang, shattering into pieces. Inner strength surged and quickly rushed into the sole of his foot. Then he stomped with force. Boom! A deep and clear footprint appeared on the floor. With the help of inner strength, the various martial techniques that I have cultivated can be considered to be able to display their true power and become even stronger. With my current strength, if I only rely on my martial techniques, even if I face that Elder Qua, I think I could still win. Ziyue experimented for a while, and his mood could not help but become agitated. Young master, are you all right? Just at this time, the voice of the maid Xiao Tao came from outside the door. I'm fine. Go to sleep, Ziyue said in a clear voice. Only then did he stop experimenting. With a metal spirit fruit and my previous accumulation, the inner strength in my body is actually not little. It is at least equivalent to half a year's worth of inner force realm martial artists. This is also because most of the inner strength is used to nourish the dantian and transform into inner strength. However, the next step is to quickly exchange for an inner strength mantra. With an inner strength mantra, my strength can continue to increase. Only then can the 2 emerald sky pellets I have be able to display their true power. Ziyue's thoughts turned. He thought of the inner strength mantra and the 2 emerald sky pellets that he obtained from Senior Lu Hong. The emerald sky pellets were refined from the inner core of the tyrannical snake demon. Its effects were extremely strong and could help a peak third-rate expert to break through the bottleneck. Naturally, he was looking forward to it. As for the inner strength mantra, Ziyue already had a plan in his heart. He did not forget that he still had 1,000 contribution points that he had not used yet. Because the emerald sky pellet has a violent power, it requires an inner strength mantra to display its true power. However, the remaining metal spirit fruit has a mild power and is most suitable for absorption. It does not require an inner strength mantra to continuously transform it into inner strength and increase my strength. Immediately after, Ziyue's gaze fell on the other metal spirit fruit in the jade box. Thinking of the crispy and delicious taste of this spirit fruit, he could not help but feel a little impatient. Previously, in order to break through, Ziyue had to swallow it without thinking. He only felt that it was delicious, but did not have the time to enjoy it. This time, Ziyue took a bite, slowly chewing and swallowing. He slowly experienced the explosive feeling of the endless delicious taste in his mouth. He could not help but squint his eyes in enjoyment. After a few minutes, Ziyue reluctantly spat out the core of the fruit. Only then did he carefully feel the surging power contained in the metal spirit fruit. He then poured it all into his dantian and transformed it into his inner strength. In a spacious mansion, an old man with white hair and a ruddy face looked indifferently at a middle-aged man with a pale face and obvious scars on his body. The middle-aged man was the supervisor of the law enforcement hall, Huang Guangzhou. The old man was the second-rate elder of the Scorching Sun Gang, Gong Changsheng. Gong Xingho was the most talented disciple of the Gong family in this generation. I had high hopes for him. He wanted to become an outstanding disciple. I spent a lot of money to nurture him, but he could not compete with Wu Juanhao, Jiang Yuanquan, Su Qiaoling, and the others. I sent him to Wintertown and took away their position as an outstanding disciple. This time, the Lin family was selecting a page boy. In order to give him a chance to get in touch with the immortal cultivator families, I also contributed money and effort to let him earn as much as possible. Because I trusted you and valued your strength, I even handed him over to you. In the end, not even 10 days have passed, and you tell me that he is already dead? Gong Changxing's voice sounded even more indifferent, as if there was no trace of emotion. But the more indifferent he was, the more concentrated the cold sweat on Huang Guangzhou's forehead became. Elder Gong, Huang Guangzhou opened his mouth, wanting to explain something, but was interrupted. All right, let bygones be bygones. I don't blame you. Accidents happen, and no one can predict everything. But you still need to give me an explanation. Gong Xingho was my grandnephew. Although he was not my biological son, the Gong family had always been few in number. I also treated him as my own grandson. I can't let him die in vain. Gong Changsheng looked at Huang Guangzhou with a deep gaze. All of this has to do with the wrong information. We received news that the Nine Seals sect only had 1 inner energy realm martial artist and 2 inner refinement peak martial artists. Who knew that we would encounter 2 inner energy realm deacons and a third-rate elder? Otherwise, with my cautiousness, I would not have taken the risk. Huang Guangzhou's eyes flashed, insisting that the responsibility did not lie with him. Is that so? So it is the fault of the Internal Affairs Hall, or the person who provided the mission information? Gong Changxing asked. Yes. If they did not provide false information, this would not have happened. Huang Guangzhou hurriedly asked for confirmation. Elder Gong's tone seemed to soften when he heard this. He nodded as if he agreed with Yi Futian's words and said, All right, seeing that your injuries are so serious, you should go back first. Everything can wait until your injuries have healed. Yes, thank you for your understanding, Elder Gong. Huang Guangzhou secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly responded respectfully and walked out. Watching Huang Guangzhou leave, Elder Gong suddenly spoke after a while. Since my grandnephew is already dead, there is no need for him to live. Send him down to accompany him. Yes, a voice suddenly came, followed by the sound of a person flying out of the house and into the distance. As for the Internal Affairs Hall, go and deal with it. Do it cleanly. After all, the Internal Affairs Hall is not under my jurisdiction. Right, check on that Ziyue and see if he is dead. It would be best if he is dead, if not. I don't want to hear any more news about him. Elder Gong was silent for a while before continuing. Yes. From another direction, another voice came, followed by a person disappearing from the room. Xinghua, this is all that grandfather can do for you. It is a pity that our Gong family's opportunity to become a cultivation family has been ruined. Elder Gong softly muttered. His expression suddenly became incomparably ferocious. Soon after, a furious roar was emitted from the Gong family mansion, causing the hearts of all the servants in the mansion to tremble. Even so, no one dared to come over and ask, because those who dared to ask in the past never appeared again. The amount of inner strength I have now should be comparable to those warriors who have stepped into the inner strength realm for more than a year. It seems that my inner strength is somewhat abundant. When Bai Ziyue had completely digested the energy of the metal spirit fruit, he could feel the internal force in his dantian surging, producing a sound similar to the sound of flowing water. He could not help but sigh. The current him, compared to before, was even more tyrannical. Not only did he completely stabilize his inner strength realm, he also had a year's worth of inner strength. Chapter 162. My realm has stabilized, but my aura has also become stronger than before. Normal people might not be able to sense it, but martial artists in the same realm as me will definitely be able to sense it. Ziyue could feel the difference in his aura, so he was naturally worried. Moreover, he used the breath concealment technique again. Although his aura was slightly weaker, it was still difficult to conceal the vigorous life aura that belonged to martial artists in the realm of inner strength. As he thought about it, Ziyue could not help but open his status panel. Consume 932 points of spirit energy to upgrade breath concealment technique to small mastery. Consume 2,000 points of spirit energy to upgrade breath concealment technique to large mastery. Consume 4,000 points of spirit energy to upgrade breath concealment technique to perfection. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. Without any hesitation, Ziyue chose to upgrade it. In the blink of an eye, countless insights regarding the breath concealment art appeared in his mind. All sorts of breath concealment techniques and methods flowed through his heart. It was as if he had practiced them thousands of times and had completely grasped them. Restrain chi and blood, restrain inner strength, even change the aura, strengthen the aura. Ziyue could not help but exclaim in his heart. The breath concealment technique could not only restrain one's aura, but could also release one's aura to a level that far exceeded one's true strength. Involuntarily, Ziyue began to use the breath concealment technique. In an instant, the aura on his body was completely retracted and tightly locked within his body. At this moment, he was just standing there, but if someone was beside him, they would not be able to sense his aura at all. He was completely like a dead object, quiet and dead. Following that, Ziyue began to change the way he used it. Bit by bit, the aura on his body began to become stronger. Standing there, he was like a mountain with a majestic aura that surged intensely. The strength of his aura far surpassed that of a normal martial artist in the realm of inner strength. It was even stronger than a third-rate master. From an outsider's perspective, he looked more like a second-rate master who had completely released his aura. Using this method to intimidate can be considered a good way to deal with the enemy. However, if I can't intimidate the enemy, then I can only pray for my own good luck. Ziyue smiled faintly, but he didn't mind it too much. If he really encountered a second-rate expert, with his current strength, he could only flee. However, if he encountered a third-rate master, it would be more fun. He was strong enough, so he wasn't afraid. If he could scare the other party with this kind of aura, it would be very interesting. Ziyue originally thought that he would need a few days to break through this time. He didn't expect that he would be able to break through and stabilize it in just one night. Therefore, he got up and left the house the next day. Ziyue soon arrived at the Scorching Sun Gang. He didn't stop at the entrance and directly entered the Internal Affairs Hall. This time, he was naturally here to exchange for an inner force cultivation method. However, before exchanging for the cultivation method, he first dealt with the matter of the 9 Seals' sex information. At the same time, he also planned to inquire about the current situation. What surprised him was that the person who received him was not that manager due from last time, but a younger disciple of the Internal Affairs Hall. He had originally wanted to settle the score with him over the matter of the information record. Manager Su usually comes over early in the morning. For some reason, he didn't come today. As for this incident, it seems that only you and Manager Huang from the Law Enforcement Hall came back alive. The others have all been annihilated. As the manager spoke, he stamped Ziyue's contribution record book. The contribution value on it changed from 1,000 points to 1,100 points. In other words, Ziyue's information and his own participation were only worth 100 contribution points. Ziyue had his own plans for this. However, there was another matter that puzzled him. He couldn't help but ask, what about the herb garden of Qingshan? Are they all dead? Didn't one of them come back alive? We sent someone to check the herb garden of Qingshan yesterday, and no one has returned. Even for you, if you hadn't come to the Internal Affairs Hall today, we wouldn't have known if you were dead or alive. Of course, there is indeed one person whose body wasn't found. Perhaps he is still alive. The Internal Affairs disciple explained in a calm voice. Hearing this, Ziyue was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that Zhou Wei didn't return to the herb garden of Qingshan, as he said? Muttering in his heart, Ziyue didn't stay in the Internal Affairs Hall any longer. He quickly arrived at a completely sealed-off loft. This was the book collection pavilion of the Scorching Sun Gang. There was a sentry every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps. The security was extremely tight. Ziyue used his identity medallion to smoothly pass through and enter the book collection pavilion. The first floor was mostly filled with miscellaneous books. For example, the cultivation experiences of some experts and seniors, detailed explanations of some martial techniques, guidance and deduction of some cultivation methods. These things were extremely beneficial to the cultivation of martial artists. There is a large collection of them in the book collection pavilion. Therefore, many martial artists in the gang came to take a look, hoping to gain something. The second floor was where one could exchange for martial techniques, external cultivation methods, and internal cultivation methods. Ziyue directly went to the second floor. An old man with a ruddy complexion wearing a red robe was sitting at the side of the door. He seemed to be half awake and half asleep. However, Ziyue didn't dare to be disrespectful. This person was also an elder in the gang. He was one of the elders who had fought alongside the gang leader in the early days and created the Scorching Sun Gang. Because of his injuries, he had taken up an idle position in the book collection pavilion. However, his eyes were sharp. It was very difficult for the disciples who came here to hide their strength in front of him. This was also the reason why Ziyue had wanted to reach perfection in the breath-concealing technique. Elder Gao I by Ziyue would like to exchange for an inner force cultivation method. Ziyue bowed slightly and handed over the contribution record book. You've just started internal cultivation, and you want to cultivate an internal cultivation method? Elder Gao raised his eyes and glanced at Ziyue. His eyes were sharp, but soon he waved his hand carelessly and said, "Go and choose one yourself. After you choose, you'll have to pay another 10 taels of silver as a copying fee. There are many cultivation methods. Please guide me, Elder Gao." As Ziyue spoke, he handed over a banknote. The banknote represented 100 taels of silver. Elder Gao calmly took the banknote. He seemed to have recovered some of his energy and said, "When a martial artist cultivates internal cultivation, he must first break through the barrier of the dantian and cultivate internal strength. Only with internal strength can one cultivate an internal cultivation method. Normal internal cultivation methods are not very different. They're all used to break through the 12 standard meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians. However, some internal cultivation methods cultivate the attribute of internal strength. Some are as fierce as fire, some are as cold as ice, and some are stable and orderly. They're all different. This makes internal cultivation methods different. If you want to quickly increase your martial realm, then I recommend you to choose the true blood cultivation technique and the triad qigong. If you want stronger and fiercer attacks, then you can choose the raging flame technique or the cold jade technique. Of course, the strongest cultivation methods in the scripture depository are still the raging sun technique, the 9-yang technique, and the purple mansion creation technique. These 3 cultivation methods all have their advantages. Among them, the raging sun technique can't be compared to the true blood cultivation technique, but it's not slow. Its attack power is also a level higher than the raging sun technique. In fact, our scorching sun gang was named after this cultivation method. However, because this cultivation method is as explosive as fire, it often destroys one's own body before injuring others. Therefore, there are very few people in the gang who cultivate this cultivation method. As for the 9-yang technique, its power is naturally not ordinary. However, there is a prerequisite. It requires the cultivator to ensure that their virginity is not destroyed. Only then can they maintain its power. Once their virginity is destroyed, even if they become a first-rate expert, their strength will decrease by a large amount. Therefore, there are only a few people in the gang who choose to cultivate this cultivation method. However, the purple mansion creation technique's internal strength does not have any attribute. It is very neutral and gentle, but its power is not weak. However, there is one thing that makes people shrink back. That is, the cultivation speed of this cultivation method is very slow. Normally, people who cultivate for 3 to 5 years are able to accumulate enough internal strength to break through the 12 standard meridians and enter the ranks of third-rate experts. However, cultivating this cultivation method requires 10 years, or even longer. Therefore, although this cultivation method is one of the top cultivation methods in the gang, the number of people who cultivate it is actually less than the number of people who cultivate the 9-yang technique. Currently, I only know of 2 people who cultivate this cultivation method. As he spoke, El Degao looked at Ziwe and smiled. As for how you choose, it will be up to you. Alright, if you want to choose those 3 cultivation methods, remember to look for them in the corner under a red box. Thank you for your guidance, El Degao. Ziwe sincerely expressed his thanks. He knew that his expenditure was not in vain. Although it was a bit painful to spend 100 taels of silver, at least he heard some feedback. Not only did he learn some information about the cultivation method, he also knew the specific locations of the 3 top cultivation methods. To him, this was not considered a waste. Otherwise, he would only be able to find other cultivation methods that were relatively weaker. That would be a huge loss to his future. Naturally, he had heard the key to this from others. At this moment, it seemed that it was not a loss. Without any hesitation, Ziwe went to the bookshelf. All kinds of martial arts secret manuals were arranged one by one. Azure Cloud Sword Technique, Traceless Saber Technique, Invincible War Hammer, Peach Blossom 3 Swords Technique. He did not stop to look at the martial arts secret manuals. Soon, he arrived at the cultivation methods section. In an instant, all kinds of cultivation methods secret manuals were imprinted in his eyes. Not only were there external forging and internal refining methods, such as the Diamond Jade Lock Technique, Diamond Glaze Body, Golden Cicada Technique, Green Jade Technique, Sure Yin Body Technique, and even the 5th stage of the Golden Body were recorded. The number of manuals was so plentiful that it far surpassed the branch in Chinatown. As he sighed inwardly, Ziwe quickly found the real cultivation methods section. Raging Flame Technique, Cold Jade Technique, triad qigong, blood refining true technique, purple cloud technique, 9 revolutions heart technique. The sheer number of cultivation methods was an eye-opener for him. At the same time, he felt a little dazzled. He could not help but sigh in his heart. The Scorching Sun Gang was indeed the #1 gang in Wujiang County. They had accumulated a lot of cultivation methods. However, the Fiery Sun skill, the 9 Yang skill, and the Purple Mansion creation skill were not among them. These were the 3 most powerful inner force mantras in the sect. Chapter 163. Very quickly, Zuf found the red box and moved it away. Instantly, the 3 techniques appeared before his eyes. Indeed, if he hadn't spent the 100 taels of silver, he wouldn't have been able to find them even if he knew that there were 3 top-notch inner force techniques in the library. In the end, he would have no choice but to choose a technique of a lower level. Now that there were 3 top-notch inner force techniques in front of him, he was naturally excited. However, after a moment of consideration, Ziyue reached out and picked up one of the books. Violet Kingdom Creation Art. As soon as he heard Elder Gao's description, Ziyue made his decision. He would choose this Violet Kingdom Creation Art as his core inner force technique. Not only was it powerful, but it also didn't have obvious drawbacks like the Fiery Sun art or the 9 Yang art. As for the slow cultivation speed, to him, it wasn't a problem at all. You're going to choose this technique? Elder Gao raised his eyebrows and looked at Ziyue in surprise. That's right. Ziyue nodded calmly. The Violet Kingdom Creation Art requires 2,000 contribution points. As an inner disciple, you'll get a 90% discount, and as a steward, you'll get an 80% discount. You're an outstanding disciple in the sect, and as a steward, you'll get an 80% discount. That's 1,600 contribution points. Once you've decided to make the exchange, you'll be able to make a copy. Elder Gao didn't delve into the matter and said directly. Hearing this, Ziyue didn't hesitate. After deducting the 1,100 contribution points from the contribution record, he added another 1,000 taels of silver. Only then did he pick up a pen and paper and quickly make a copy. After an hour, Ziyue finally walked out of the library. 1,100 contribution points and 1,000 taels of silver were finally exchanged for an inner force technique. Although the price wasn't small, compared to the Violet Kingdom Creation Art, it was worth it. Ziyue was very clear about the value of inner force techniques. In the outside world, there were top-tier merchant guilds that sold internal energy and mental cultivation techniques. However, most of them were basic internal energy arts, such as the Pure Clarity Mental Cultivation Technique, or the Blood Refining True Art, or the 6 Directions Energy Art, which had certain advantages. Skills like the Raging Inferno skill and the Cold Jade skill were not weak. They would only appear in the auction at certain times. As for a top-notch internal energy cultivation technique like the Violet Kingdom Creation Art, it was almost impossible for it to appear. Most importantly, the inner strength mantras that appeared in the Chamber of Commerce were often shockingly expensive. Even the most ordinary inner strength mantras cost more than a few thousand taels of silver. Once the Raging Flame skill and Cold Jade skill were to be auctioned, the amount of money spent would be in the tens of thousands. Not to mention the Ardent Sun art and the Violet Palace Creation art, which were both top-notch inner force cultivation techniques. This was one of the great benefits of joining a gang. Not only would he be able to come into contact with better cultivation techniques, but the price he would have to pay would also be relatively lower. Taking a deep breath, Ziyue stepped out of the Scorching Sun Gang. 2 days later, Ziyue's figure appeared at the entrance of a tall and majestic pavilion. Even from a great distance away, one could smell a unique and alluring fragrance drifting toward them from the orange-red pavilion. The Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. Looking at the 4 golden signboards above the pavilion, Ziyue's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of curiosity. The Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant was one of the 3 top-notch restaurants in Wujiang County. It was also the treasury of many powerful people in the county. However, at this moment, at the entrance of the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant, there were two burly men dressed in green robes standing to the left and right of the restaurant. Occasionally, someone would enter, but they would have to show a gilded name card. Ziyue couldn't help but look at his cheap senior brother, Tang Zhanfei, who was standing to the side. "Don't worry with your senior brother here. He will definitely bring you in." Tang Zhanfei smiled and patted Ziyue's shoulder before walking forward with a swagger. Ziyue followed closely behind. What surprised him was that Tang Zhanfei actually took out a name card, allowing the two of them to enter without a hitch. As they entered, the special fragrance became even stronger, causing one's mind to involuntarily become intoxicated. Magical fragrance? Ziyue was somewhat puzzled, but his heart suddenly skipped a beat. This fragrance was very similar to the magical fragrance of the tranquil incense, but it had an additional sense of enchantment. Although it was very faint, if one breathed in it for a long time, they would involuntarily relax. However, the magical fragrance was one of the inheritances of the incense path, and it was difficult to make and expensive. To light it on such a large scale, even if the effect of the fragrance was far from that of the real magical fragrance, it would still be expensive. The Heavenly Fragrance restaurant is most famous for the smell of the heavenly fragrance. Although there's a hint of enchantment, the purpose of coming to the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant is to relax. Therefore, this enchantment fragrance is more enjoyable. Tang Zhanfei seemed to have noticed Ziyue's vigilance and doubts, so he explained. Nodding his head, Ziyue did not let go of the doubts in his heart. He guessed that the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant was very likely not simple. This time, Ziyue naturally did not come to the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant to seek pleasure. Instead, he came to participate in the youth martial meet that was popular in Wujiang County, which was held once a month. This youth martial meet was jointly organized by the three top restaurants, Hongqiu Pavilion, Wuilai Pavilion, and Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. Once a month, the youth martial meet would be held in each restaurant in turn. This time, it was the Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant's turn. Following the lead of a maid, Ziyue and Tang Zhanfei directly entered the backyard. It was different from what he had imagined. The backyard of the Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant was more spacious and exquisite than the lofts in front. There was a pavilion every 5 steps and a floor every 10 steps. There were all kinds of artificial mountains and flowing water that complemented each other. Small trees were scattered, and flowers were in full bloom. The scenery was so beautiful that it made one forget to leave. At this moment, there were many martial artists who looked young and talented in the various lofts and artificial mountains. They were admiring the beautiful scenery, and there was also the melodious sound of zither music coming from the lofts. This is the youth martial meet. Ziyue could not help but frown slightly. This is just the warm-up. Do you see that arena? Later, martial artists who feel that they have some tricks up their sleeves can go up the arena to challenge, or find someone below the arena to challenge them. If you're strong enough to defeat martial artists of the same level as you in the arena 10 times in a row, then you'll be judged by the 3 top courtesans in the lofts. Of course, if you are confident in your own strength, you can also challenge martial artists who are already famous in Wujiang County. If you win 3 rounds in a row, you will also be awarded the title of Jianghu. This is a good place for martial artists to make a name for themselves. Take me, your senior brother, for example. Back then, I also received the title of 3 sword moves. As he spoke, Tang Zhanfei's face revealed a trace of pride. 3 sword moves? Ziyue's expression could not help but become a little strange. Didn't this title mean that his cheap senior brother only had 3 sword moves that were not bad? Of course, he did not mean to look down on him. Being able to make a name for himself among the young generation of Wujiang County also meant that his cheap senior brother had defeated at least 10 martial artists of the same level, which could be considered extraordinary. While they were talking, a young man suddenly jumped into the arena and said to another martial artist in a red robe, "I'm Yang Huaiji. I feel that my recent progress has been very fast, so I would like to compare notes with Brother Wu Yun, the left-handed saber." "Okay, I'll play with you." The left-handed saber Wu Yun did not hesitate. He jumped up and stepped on a huge rock on a rockery. His body jumped into the arena like a cheetah. The exchange of blows was displayed in the blink of an eye. Junior brother, in your opinion, who will win and who will lose? Tang Zhanfei asked excitedly. Wu Yun, Ziyue said softly. With his current level of martial arts and his eyesight that far surpassed that of ordinary people, he could naturally determine who was stronger and who was weaker at a glance. Even though they were both in the initial stage of internal refining, their qi and blood were more or less the same. Yang Huaiji even had the upper hand at this moment. His staff technique was very extraordinary, and his momentum was very strong. However, although the left-handed saber, Wu Yun did not swing his saber quickly because he used his left hand. He was born with a strange innate skill. His saber strikes were often unexpected, and he seemed to have some strength left to block Yang Huaiji's attacks. Sure enough, taking advantage of the moment when Yang Huaiji changed his stance, Wu Yun quickly rushed forward. Saber lights swept out, and in just a few strikes, he placed his saber on Yang Huaiji's neck. As expected of a left-handed saber, I'm sincerely convinced. Yang Huaiji cupped his fists and quickly jumped down from the arena. You have some eyesight. Tang Zhanfei raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, there are not many people now. In a while, all the young talents of Wujian County will appear, and there will be martial artists above the internal realm. That's right. Do you know the white-clothed swordsman, Chen Qingyan, who recently rose to fame? I don't know if he will appear this time. If he appears, the 3 courtesans in the pavilion will probably fight to appear and invite him. He really is both fame and beauties. As he said this, Tang Zhanfei's face was filled with emotion. His gaze would occasionally sweep across the pavilions and the courtesans covered by the light gauze. These 3 courtesans are indeed outstanding beauties. Ziyue's gaze also swept across the 3 pavilions near the arena, and he nodded and said, Hee, junior brother, you're really humorous. Tang Zhanfei looked at Ziyue with a strange expression, as if he wanted to laugh but was too embarrassed to laugh. Ziyue's expression did not change. He naturally knew that his cheap senior brother thought he was bragging. However, he would not explain anything. The gauze might block the naked eyes of others, but could not block the probing of his spiritual eye at all. This was especially true for his eyes, which had become extremely sharp and clear after the transformation of his spiritual eye. It had reached an unimaginable limit. The courtesan's appearances that others could not see clearly were naturally visible to his eyes. Moreover, with his sharp eyes, he could even tell that the 3 courtesans were not your average frail girl. They all more or less practiced martial arts, and even the weakest of them was at the outer refined level. Among them, the courtesan of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Miss Yue, was even at the inner refined level. She could be considered extraordinary. Young Master Jiang, he of the Scorching Sun Gang, has arrived. Young Master Jin Gulong of the Nine Seals sect has arrived. At that moment, the sound of 2 announcements could be heard. Chapter 164. In an instant, the entire back garden fell silent. Then it quickly became lively. Many people couldn't help but step forward and put on an expectant look. Those who are being counted are the rare inner strength martial artists of the younger generation. This Jiang, he is the disciple of the leader of the Scorching Sun Gang. Not only does he hold a high position in the gang, his ability is not weak either. As for Jin Gudong, he is the 3rd son of the Nine Seals sect's leader. He is also an inner strength martial artist and is on par with our Jiang He. They would show up at almost every youth martial arts gathering and compete. Tang Zhanfei quickly explained to Ziyue. Hearing this, Ziyue nodded in understanding. He had also heard of these 2 people. Unlike the others who fought for titles in the Jianghu, those who ascended to inner strength before the age of 25 were all respectfully addressed as young masters. Therefore, the title of young master was more precious. In all of Wujian County, there were 7 people who were respectfully addressed as young masters. Among them were 3 from the Scorching Sun Gang, 2 from a Nine Seals sect, 1 from the Three Blessings Agency, and 1 from the Huaisha Martial Arts Dojo. They were known as the 7 Young Masters of Wujiang County. Of course, the most famous one was still the white-clothed swordsman, Chen Xingyan. He alone was at the top of the list, suppressing the younger generation of Wujiang County. Even factions in the Sky Spirit County came to recruit him. Soon, a group of people walked out from the pavilion in front of them. The 2 at the front were dressed in brocade robes. Their faces were delicate and their auras were extraordinary. They were Jiang He of the Scorching Sun Gang and Jin Gudong of the Nine Seals sect, respectively. Behind them was another group of people. CC and CC added up to more than 20 people. At that instant, even the 3 top courtesans had sent their maidservants to invite them to the pagoda so they could watch the duel. Wang Kai has arrived. Deng Hong has arrived. Chen Xingyun, the white-clothed swordsman, has arrived. Following that, 3 more voices began sound. Especially toward the end of the speech, the voices were especially loud. The scene fell silent again. Then, it quickly turned into an uproar. The white-clothed swordsman, Chen Xingyun, has arrived. Ever since he defeated the 7 young masters of Wu River with a single sword strike, he hasn't come here for quite some time. I didn't expect that I would be fortunate enough to see him today. The last time I saw him was 5 months ago. Now that I think about it, the sword technique of the white-robed swordsman is still vivid in my mind. All kinds of heated discussions quickly broke out. Excitement, anticipation, and worship were all clearly displayed in his eyes. At that instant, Ziyue also noticed that the 3 courtesans had stood up and walked down from the pagoda. Their robes were elegant and beautiful, making them look like floating fairies. A few people couldn't help but hold their breaths when they looked at them. Young Master Qing Yin hasn't been here for a while. Qing has prepared some refreshments in the pavilion. I hope young Master Qing Yin will do me the honor of visiting. Yu has been reminiscing about young Master Qing Yun's swordsmanship since the last time I saw it. Coincidentally, Yu has also been cultivating swordsmanship during this period of time. I wonder if I could invite young Master Qing Yin to the pavilion to exchange pointers? The courtesans spoke one after another, sincerely inviting young Master Qing Yin. Their attitude was different from young Master Jiang He and the others. Since the martial gathering is held in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion today, I will go to Miss Yuer's pavilion. Chen Xingyan looked at the courtesan of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Lu Yuer, and smiled faintly. Please, Lu Yu seemed to be extremely excited that she managed to invite Chen Xingyan. She smiled like a blooming flower and made an inviting gesture. The white-robed swordsman, Chen Xingyan. Ziyue looked at the youth. He had to admit that the other party was extraordinary. Suddenly, he shifted his gaze and looked at his cheap senior brother. At this moment, there was something wrong with his expression. Bai Ziyue followed by Ziyue's gaze and saw a delicate and pretty lady beside Wang Kai. She was also dressed in tight clothes, but she was dressed like a married woman. Bai Ziyue raised his eyebrows, but he understood something in his heart. However, he naturally couldn't say much about this matter. As time passed, more and more youths approached. 6 out of the 7 young masters of Wujiang County were present, making this martial gathering especially lively. On the arena, there seemed to be no pause at all. At every moment, there were people competing. Some sparred purely for the sake of learning, some for fame, and some to settle some personal grudges. This was an eye-opener for Ziyue, and he gained some understanding of many martial techniques. During this period, even his cheap senior brother was invited to spar a few times. This allowed him to gain a better understanding of his cheap senior brother Tang, Zhanfei's strength. At the same time, he also learned the origin of his 3 sword moves. They were extraordinarily sharp and exquisite. No wonder he was called Tang Zhanfei. I didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance like Brother Bai here. At this moment, a voice rang out not far behind Ziyue. Ziyue silently turned his head. His eyes flickered as he recognized the person. It was Li Yinru, whom he had sparred with in Qingatown. Because of the marrow-cleansing elixir, he had a dispute with Li Yinru's father, Li Zhao. there were a few people beside him. Judging from their clothes, they were obviously the inner disciples of the Scorching Sun gang. "What's the matter?" Ziyue coldly glanced at him and said, "Of course there's a matter. These people beside me are all the outstanding disciples of the Scorching Sun gang. They're excited to see such an outstanding disciple like Brother Bai, so they would like to spar with Brother Bai. I wonder if Brother Bai would be willing to do me the honor?" Of course, I was also very unwilling to lose to Brother Bai. Naturally, I would like to spar with you again to verify my progress. Li Yinru's eyes were smiling, but there was a trace of coldness in the depths of his eyes. Back then, he had been defeated in a single move. Until now, he was still unwilling to accept defeat. In front of a few close friends, he felt that he could not raise his head. Now that he saw Bai Ziyue, he naturally did not want to let go of this opportunity to avenge his humiliation. He pulled a few outstanding disciples along just to prevent Ziyue from refusing. "I'm not interested. Find someone else." Ziyue waved his hand and didn't want to bother with them. "What? You don't dare? Or are you looking down on Brother Wu and Brother Jiang?" Li Yinru shouted with a trace of excitement in his eyes. As long as he provoked the anger of Wu Juanhao, Jiang Yuanquan, and the others, Ziyue, who had lost his backing, would definitely not have an easy time. Not to mention, there was still a competition between the outstanding disciples. They were already like fire and water. Ziyue just ignored them and deliberately walked away. "I wasn't interested at first, but the more you don't want to spar, the more interested I am. We are all outstanding disciples in the gang. Brother Bai, are you really not going to give us face?" However, at this moment, Jiang Yuanquan opened his mouth to speak, but his tone was a little more stern. "Are you sure you want to spar?" Ziyue looked at him with a faint smile on his face. Jiang Yuanquan was startled and seemed to feel some contempt. A trace of anger suddenly appeared on his face. He said, "Of course. Okay, come one by one. Brotherly, don't you want to wash away your shame? You can go first." As Bai Ziyue spoke, he walked up to the arena by himself. At this moment, his cheap senior brother defeated his opponent and walked down. He asked, "What? Junior brother, are you interested too?" Nodding, Bai Ziyue leaped onto the dueling ring. The arena was paved with hard stone slabs. It was 10 meters long and 6 meters wide. It happened to be in the middle of the lake. Even if he was hit out of the arena, he wouldn't be injured. It was really suitable for martial artists to spar. "Okay, I'll spar with you." Li Yinru snorted. With a leap, he crossed the distance of 3 to 4 meters and stepped on the ring. "Brother Bai, I'm going to start." Li Yinru waved the machete in his hand. Under the crushing force, it seemed to be able to cut everything in the world into two, rolling curtain 13 blades. Just like last time, Li Yinru used the rolling curtain 13 blades again. However, the current rolling curtain 13 blades, whether it was in terms of momentum or speed, was far better than before. Even in the momentum, there was a little more ingenuity in the way of force change. It seemed to be able to retract and release it freely. Rolling curtain 13 blades, small mastery. Obviously, Li Yinru had improved a lot. Not only did he cultivate the rolling curtain 13 blades to the small mastery, but his strength had also improved and reached the peak of the outer forging. This was the reason why he had the confidence to win against Ziyue. Ziyue raised his eyebrows. At the moment when the machete was about to hit him, he stretched his hand forward and there were illusions in the void. Then he gently pushed, stuck, entangled, and finally hit. The force rushed out. Li Yinru's body flew out like a cannonball. With a bang, water splashed everywhere. His body flew 7 to 8 meters and then quickly fell into the scenic lake. What an exquisite technique. Some of the spectators' eyes lit up and showed a hint of interest. Heaven binding hands. Below the arena, Tang Zhanfei's face showed a hint of complexity. He had cultivated this technique, but in terms of the degree of control over it, he was far inferior to Ziyue. Bai Ziyue's expression was calm, after which he looked indifferently at Jiang Yuanquan and the others below the stage. With his current strength, he could be said to be bullying Li Yinru, Jiang Yuanquan, and the others. However, since they were being overbearing, he naturally wouldn't remain indifferent. Coincidentally, he also wanted to show his strength appropriately and raise his status. If he could leave a name in Jianghu, it would be beneficial for him. At least, he would not be looked down upon in the Green Mountain Herb Garden like before. Humph! Let me. Jiang Yuanquan's expression did not change, and he quickly jumped into the arena. Unlike other martial artists who were good at using sabers and swords, his weapon was a pair of war hammers. He held the hammers with both hands and waved them hard. The two war hammers made of steel gave out a violent roar. Then he rushed forward and the hammers were like lightning, rolling up quickly. The wind whistled, and it seemed to be able to tear the air apart. Invincible war hammers. This was a technique for fighting on a battlefield. In his hands, its power was unparalleled. Chapter 165. War hammers were powerful and heavy weapons. Moreover, they often had penetrating power and could hit people's internal organs. Back then, the Iron Lady, Yu Lihua, even though her chi and blood were weak and her strength was not even comparable to a martial artist who had forged his muscles and bones externally, she used the heart-piercing hammer technique with her iron hammer to injure Tong Zhan's internal organs. Even Bai Ziyue, who had been at the peak of external forging at that time, was affected. The invincible warhammer was a martial technique that was even more profound than the heart-piercing hammer technique. Jiang Yuanquan's strength was several times stronger than the Iron Lady, whose blood and qi had declined. When he unleashed his strength, it was like a torrential flood that swept over. If Ziyue used the heaven-coiling hand at this moment, he would be able to easily crush Jiang Yuanquan, but it would be too shocking in the eyes of others. Therefore, Ziyue drew his long saber. Then, the saber light turned and slashed down with irresistible force. The saber seemed to be only as powerful as Mount Hua, but it was as if the Milky Way was flowing backward. It had an endless surging momentum as it slashed down fiercely. Boom! With a rumbling sound, the surging force poured in endlessly. Jiang Yuanquan's arms sank, and his face turned red in an instant. What great strength! While he was in shock, another saber swept over. Boom! His warhammer fell to the ground in an instant. His hands were unable to withstand this unparalleled power and loosened. While he was in shock, he saw a figure flash past like lightning and punch out fiercely. Straight linking fist. Boom! Ziyue did not kill with this punch. Instead, he changed the force and turned it into a collapsing force. Jiang Yuanquan's figure flew backwards. Like Liang Ru, he fell into the lake. With a bang, water splashed everywhere. What a domineering saber technique. What a fierce fist force. This kid is interesting. In the pavilion, the white-clothed swordsman Chen Qingyun's eyes lit up. He could not help but show a hint of interest. Young Master Jiang. This person should be a disciple of your Scorching Sun gang. His saber technique is very unfamiliar to me. I wonder if young Master Jiang can enlighten me? The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's courtesan, Miss Yu rolled her eyes and said, "This saber technique should be something he obtained by chance. It is indeed quite exquisite." Jiang, he explained, even as he made a mental note of Bai Ziyue's face. He really didn't know that such an expert had suddenly appeared in his own gang. One had to know that Jiang Yuanquan was one of the 10 outstanding disciples this time. Even if he was only ranked third among the 3 outstanding disciples in Wujiang County, he was definitely not weak. At least in the younger generation, he was somewhat famous. Now that he had been easily defeated by Ziyue, it naturally attracted his attention. He had already made up his mind to come into contact with them later. If possible, he would take them in as his subordinates. Perhaps they would be of great help to him. Below the stage, Jiang Yuanquan's face was extremely gloomy. This feeling of being easily defeated by others was definitely not a good feeling. This was especially so for someone as proud and arrogant as him. It was close to humiliation. Naturally, Ziyue did not care about Jiang Yuanquan's feelings. After looking at him for a day, he shifted his gaze again and looked at Wu Juanhao expectantly. "Let me try." Even though Wu Juanhao already had some fear in his heart, he was also a proud person. How could he withstand Ziyue's expectant gaze? Xiao Chun said as his figure flashed past and stepped into the arena. Please, Baizi said calmly, appearing to be somewhat composed. Even though he had already seen that Wu Juanhao had accumulated enough and started to refine his cultivation, so his true strength would definitely surpass Jiang Yuanquan's. So what? To Xiao Chun, it was meaningless. Humph! Wu Juanhao snorted coldly and did not hold back. A sword light flashed in his hand, and his sword stabbed out. At the same time, the sword light flickered like the stars in the sky. It could almost cover all the weak points of a person, making it impossible to figure out how to block it. In response, Ziyue's gaze was indifferent, but he did not hesitate to slash out with his saber. No matter how your sword light changes, like the stars in the sky, like the misty rain, I only have one saber. I only use one saber. With one saber, it was extremely overbearing. Even if there were thousands of sword lights, it would be destroyed one by one. Boom! When the long saber struck the long sword, the exquisite swordsmanship was instantly destroyed. Then, the saber slashed out again. It was extremely fast, but it stopped in an instant. Wu Juanhao, who was about to move, suddenly froze and did not dare to move. The reason for that was because at that very moment, that sharp blade had stopped at his neck. At this moment, the other young warriors in the surroundings were shocked. Some of them even gasped in disbelief. Such a fast and peerless saber, such an irresistible force, as if it could cut through everything and cut through any obstacle, was actually controlled to such an extent by him. Perfect control. Perfect control. Among all the young warriors present, there were probably not many who could achieve such a level of saber principle. I lost. Wu Juanhao opened his mouth and said blankly, "Thank you for letting me win." Ziyue nodded and moved his saber away. Bai Ziyue did not look happy at all about defeating Wu Juanhao. In his opinion, it was a matter of course. His true strength had long surpassed theirs. Even if he only displayed the strength of the peak of outer forging, it was not something that an ordinary peak of outer forging martial artist could contend with. It was only right that he won, but it was inconceivable that he lost. Seeing that he had achieved his goal of becoming famous, Ziyue was about to walk down the arena when suddenly, another person jumped up. "I am 100/'s Saber Lu Hu. I am excited to see you and would like to exchange pointers with you, Brother Bai." The young man said directly. Bai Ziyue nodded and didn't mind it. He immediately started fighting with the old man. The result was self-evident. In the next period of time, several warriors jumped into the arena one after another. Among them, there was no lack of peak of outer forging martial artists who had made a name for themselves in the youth martial gathering. However, without exception, all of them were defeated by Ziyue. Since then, no one came up to the arena for a long time. Only then did Bai Ziyue jump down from the arena. "Junior brother, you are amazing. You're almost invincible among those at the peak of outer forging. In a while, the 3 courtesans will give you a title. When that time comes, you will be famous and respected everywhere you go." Tang Zhanfei immediately came up to him and flattered him. "A title?" Ziyue smiled, but his heart was still calm. He never cared about these things. Whether it was the identity of an outstanding disciple or a position in the gang, he did not care about them. There was only one thing that he really cared about. That was strength. Because only with strength would he have the confidence to experience this vast, boundless, and even more exciting world. He knew very well that he was still too weak right now. That was why he needed to be sheltered in the scorching sun gang for now and grow slowly. Martial arts, inner strength, cultivation resources, all of these were nutrients for his growth. A second-rate elite. When I become a second-rate elite, I might be able to go to a wider place and explore. Sky Spirit County or other places. Ziyue set a small goal in his mind. "Jianghe, you won by a notch in our fight last month. I'd like to see how many of my moves you can take this time." That was when a figure abruptly leapt out from the top of the courtesan pavilion of Uli Tower. The figure was as graceful as a swallow. His legs tapped on the air covering almost 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Qigong. This was a type of Qigong that was even more superior than cloud-treading steps. Only those who had cultivated their inner strength could use their inner strength to display the Qing Kung Fu. And that person was young Master Jin, the third son of the Nine Seals Sect's chieftain and one of the 7 young masters of Wujiang County. Hee. So what if I do as you wish? Jiang He chuckled softly. His figure extended, and he darted out like a wild goose. The whistling of the wind made his presence even more extraordinary. Without any leaps, he had already crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and stood firmly on the ring. His Qigong was not weak either. Without hesitation, Jin Gutong's figure extended, and a long sword stabbed out at extreme speed. Clang! There was a crisp sound as Jiang He raised his combat blade, directly deflecting the sword. Still, Jin Gutong followed up with another sword. It was as if there was no end to it, and the sword light seemed to spread through the air. Jiang He's expression did not change. His long sword turned into a flash that filled the air as he swiftly slashed out. Clang! 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 The incessant sounds of sword and blade clashing echoed over the entire battlefield. The figures of the two of them rapidly flew around the arena. Occasionally, under the surging force, they would step on the ground of the arena, emitting intense rumbling sounds. This caused people to involuntarily worry if the arena was sturdy enough to withstand the battle between the two of them without collapsing. Below the stage, everyone's gazes were involuntarily focused on this great battle. There were even some people who had intoxicated expressions on their faces. It has finally begun. The most exciting part of every youth martial gathering is the battle between the 7 young masters. Among them, the battle between young Master Jiang He and young Master Jin Gutong is the most exciting. In the previous battles, both sides have won and lost. Last time, young Master Jiang He won with his 13 fleeting blades. Now let's see if young Master Jin Gutong can get even. The feud between the Scorching Sun Gang and the Nine Seals sect runs deep, and there will definitely be a battle in the future. That is why the disciples of the two factions would fight each other almost every time. This is the most exciting part of the youth martial gathering. I only hope that the battle between the two factions will come later, so that this martial gathering can last longer. As the saying goes, there are talents in every generation, and the new generation replaces the old. The youth martial gathering has become a major feature of our Wujiang County. As long as there are new young martial artists, it does not matter if the two factions fight each other. It will not affect the hosting of the youth martial gathering. Don't worry, even if the battle between the two turns into a battle to the death, there will not be any impact. Voices could be heard in the arena. At that moment, the battle in the arena became even more intense. Chapter 166. If that's all you've got, you're definitely going to lose today. Jiang He had a cold look on his face, his blade technique becoming even more violent in that very moment. Each of the 13 fleeting slashes was fiercer and more dangerous than the last. It was as if a gale was blowing, tearing the air apart, and exploding with a startling sound. You're the one who's disappointing me today. Jin Gutong's expression did not change. His long sword abruptly lashed out like a serpent flicking its tongue, swift to the extreme. As the blades clashed, it was as if thunder was rumbling. Suddenly, the long sword in Jin Gutong's hand flicked slightly, coincidentally striking the weak spot of the 13 fleeting slashes. Pang! Jiang He's face dropped, and the incessant blade light paused at once. Soon, he saw that Jin Gutong had actually abandoned his sword. Abandoned his sword? Oh no! Jiang He's heart was pounding wildly. Without thinking, the inner strength in his body surged wildly, turning into streaks of sharp, fiery red radiance as he struck out with his palm. Searing sun palm. That was when Jin Gutong's figure rapidly closed in. His 5 palms were as green as onions, but they instantly turned red before abruptly slamming down. The 4th style of the 9 seal palms, beneath the 5 peaks. Crack! There was an earth-shattering sound as the violent shockwave rattled their clothes, tearing them apart with a loud ripping sound. The shockwave tore their clothes apart, and one could only imagine how powerful that strike was. What a powerful searing sun palm. What a powerful 9 seal palms. Tang Zhanfei's eyes were twinkling, and he could not help holding his breath. Ziyue's gaze became more serious as well. He knew about the searing sun palm as well, and it was a martial technique that complemented the scorching sun gang's top inner strength cultivation technique. Unleashing it with inner strength from the scorching sun gang would increase its power by more than 30%, exploding and ferocious with frightening power. Moreover, the 9 seal palms, the ultimate technique of the 9 seal sect, was one of the best martial techniques in all of Wujiang County. Each of the 9 palm strikes was different, but each strike was stronger than the last. Previously, when he faced Hua Jabin, the inner energy realm martial artist from the 9 seals sect, his opponent had used the 4th palm technique. Under the 5 peaks, his spirit had almost stagnated. If he had been hit, even if he had been at the peak of inner refinement, he would have been severely injured, and it would have been difficult to predict whether he would live or die. Now that he saw this palm technique again, he could clearly sense that it was even more exquisite and powerful in Jin Gudong's hands. Let's see what other tricks you have. Jiang stumbled back several steps, but managed to block the palm strike. Howling wildly, he rushed forward, ready to unleash his blade technique again to defeat his opponent. When martial artists fought, unless there was a clear difference in strength between the two sides, having a weapon and not having a weapon were two completely different concepts. He still had the long saber in his hand, while Jin Gutong's long sword had been discarded by him. Naturally, his chances of victory were clear. It's too early to be happy. Jin Gutong roared and stomped on the ground with all his strength. Bang! The hard stone-paved ground split apart. Then, Jin Gutong's figure flew over like a bolt of lightning. His entire palm had turned blood red. When people saw it, they couldn't help but wonder if blood would spurt out in the next moment. Jiang He's eyelids twitched wildly, and he could not help having the thought of turning and running as if disaster was upon him. There was no stopping that palm strike. Jiang He's face dropped at that realization, but he forcibly held back the thought of retreating. After all, he knew that he might have a chance to turn things around if he took the attack head-on. If he retreated, he would be maimed even if he did not die. The internal energy in his body turned into billowing waves. The violent internal energy impact was scorching and surging, causing his flesh to tremble. It was as if he was about to be burned and torn apart. Then, it turned into an endless force that surged into his palm. Searing sun palm. The two palms collided once more. Bang! It was as if the palm strike was unstoppable. Jin Gutong's palm was surging with aura, directly breaking Jiang He's palm strike and not losing momentum as it viciously slammed into Jiang He's chest. Bang! Jiang He's chest abruptly caved in, and he was sent flying backward instantly. He flew over a dozen meters before crashing heavily on the lakeside outside the arena. Blarg! A mouthful of bright red blood promptly sprayed out, dyeing his chest red. Fifth style of a 9 seal palms, Earth Dragon rolls. Someone present could not help exclaiming in surprise when they recognized the palm strike. Even among the third-rate elites of the 9 seal sect, there were few who could fully grasp that palm strike. Who would have thought that Jin Gutong could already use it? Still, there were also those who noticed that something was wrong with Jin Gutong's expression. His face was pale and his chi was depleted, and it was clear that he did not have it easy after unleashing that palm strike. Of course, even if Jin Gutong did not have it easy, he was definitely much better off than Jiang He. His wounds were not as severe, and he would recover in a day or two. On the other hand, young Master Jiang He of the Scorching Sun Gang would need at least 10 days to half a month to recover. There was naturally no need to say who would win. Let's go. There were naturally many vassals around Jiang He, and all of them gathered around him as well. Soon, they began to escort him as he left. Soon, Another group of people escorted Jingu Tong out of the heavenly fragrance pavilion. In no time at all, the bustling scene appeared rather empty. Let's go too. It looks like there won't be any more martial artists above inner strength fighting today, Tang Zhanfei said when he saw that 2 or 3 other Grandmaster class martial artists had left. Nodding, Ziyue was about to leave as well when someone abruptly rushed in from the exit, shouting, Young Master Jiang, he is dead." There was silence all at once. Soon, countless questions could be heard. How is that possible? Even if his wounds are severe, it shouldn't be fatal, right? Things are really getting out of hand this time. Young Master Jiang, he is a disciple of the leader of the Scorching Sun Gang. This time, he would really go to war with the Nine Seal sect. The place was in an uproar as one voice after another spoke. Shock, schadenfreude, anticipation, nervousness, fear. The martial artists present had a variety of expressions. No, young Master Jiang, he didn't die by young Master Jin Gutong's hands. He was assassinated. An assassination on the street, a fatal blow. That person quickly waved his hands as he hurriedly explained. Everyone calmed down a little at that, but they did not feel relieved at all. Whatever the case may be, young Master Jianghe's death would definitely cause a huge commotion, and there was no guarantee that it would spread to everyone. Things were really getting out of hand. Soon after, more and more people who knew about the news returned, and many details were revealed. The culprit was dressed in black and wore a mask. He was skilled in blade techniques and was very powerful. Seizing the moment when young Master Jiang he was heavily injured, he easily killed him and calmly left despite being surrounded by the other Scorching Sun Gang members. Of the people who surrounded him, 3 were dead and 4 were heavily injured, and there was no lack of inner refinement pinnacle martial artists among them. Everyone was shocked at once. A third-rate elite. Only a third-rate expert or above could achieve such a feat. Who could it be? There were not many elites above third-rate in all of Wujiang County. Aside from the Scorching Sun Gang and the Nine Seals sect, only the 3 great escort agencies and the 4 great dojos had third-rate elites. Still, aside from the Nine Seals sect who were at loggerheads with the Scorching Sun Gang, there was no reason for the other factions to do so. After all, if they were exposed, what awaited them would be destruction. Moreover, third-rate martial artists who did not belong to any major faction were all important people in Wujiang County. Generally speaking, they would not suddenly make a move against a junior of the Scorching Sun Gang. Who else could it be? Bai Ziyue was also confused. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and saw the courtesan of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Miss Yue, and the white-clothed swordsman, Chen Xingyun, walking down from the pavilion. It was already late at night when he returned home. Because of Jianghe's death, every Scorching Sun Gang member was summoned for a search, and the authorities were involved as well. Naturally, Ziyue had to do some hard labor, even if he knew that the culprit would be long gone by the time the search began. After greeting the 2 handmaidens, Ziyue went to the backyard and opened the door. In that instant, Ziyue felt a strong sense of danger. His steps, which were about to enter, instantly retreated at an even faster speed. Whoosh! A flash of sword light immediately bloomed in front of his eyes. Under the moonlight, it was eerie and cold. "Who are you?" That drew his long blade with a choking sound, his eyes extremely cold. This person was slightly thin and not tall, but he was dressed in black and his face was covered with a black cloth. In that instant, Ziyue really thought that it was the assassin who tried to assassinate Jianghe on the street during the day. He was hiding in his room and was about to kill him, but soon he relaxed. Although this person was dressed in the same way as the assassin, he was dressed in night clothes. However, he was not strong. Of course, he was not weak either. He had just broken through, and his aura was still a little scattered. With his eyesight, he could easily sense it. Inner strength. Moreover, it was an inner strength martial artist who had just broken through not long ago. You are quite vigilant. Chuckling, this person did not have the slightest intention of talking nonsense. In order to avoid any unexpected changes, he rushed out again with killing intent. The flash of sword light quickly bloomed in front of Ziyue's eyes. There was only one thing about this sword, and that was its speed. It was extremely fast. Like a flash of lightning, it pierced toward by Zeu's glabella. The forehead of a normal person was the place where the spirit was focused. Even if it was pointed with a finger, it would beat quickly and feel uneasy. Being pointed at by this incomparably sharp sword, Zeu's forehead also beat violently, as if something wanted to rush out from between his brows to avoid this disaster. Bang! With a loud bang, the long saber swept out and blocked the long sword in an instant. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.